Chapter 2064. Feng Shu, are the people from the Gao family all dead? Chang Ru suddenly flew down from a snowy mountain with a pitiful look on her face. The joy in Feng Shu's eyes disappeared in an instant. He stood expressionlessly in the snow and said, "Chang Ru, from now on we are strangers. Take care of yourself." Chang Ru hurriedly hugged Feng Shu's arm and cried, "Senior brother Feng Shu, don't you recognize junior sister Chang Ru anymore? The reason why I followed Gao Jin is because I have an unspeakable difficulty. When Gao Jin came to the White faction to propose marriage, even the sect leader didn't dare to reject him. I had no choice but to leave with him. In fact, the person I've been thinking about day and night for the past few years is you, senior brother." This woman's acting skills were really good. She spoke as if she was telling the truth. If she were on Earth, she would definitely be an award-winning actress. However, Qin Feng could tell that this woman was lying. Even though she was sweet-talking and crying, there was not a trace of love in her eyes for Feng Shu. "Senior Qin, Feng Shu was still worried about Chang Ru and wanted to ask for Qin Feng's opinion. Qin Feng interrupted him and said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea." As a woman, Hong Chen Wu's sixth sense was very sharp. She said more directly, "Senior brother Feng Shu, that woman doesn't deserve you." Both of them expressed their intention to persuade him. Even though Feng Shu didn't know what was going on, he understood what was going on. "Junior sister Chang Ru, you should leave." Feng Shu let out a long sigh as if he wanted to cut off this ill-fated relationship. Chang Ru didn't really want to return to Feng Shu's side. When she saw Qin Feng kill Elder Gao Tianxiang, all her thoughts were on Qin Feng. Since she couldn't start with Feng Shu, Chang Ru directly expressed her intention. She swayed her hips and walked in front of Qin Feng with a charming expression. "Senior, you killed my previous partner, Gao Jin. Now, senior brother Feng Shu doesn't want me anymore. Please take my daughter with you. I will serve you with all my heart." Chang Ru emphasized the word serve. She even stretched out her jade-like hand and caressed Qin Feng's chest. That frivolous action was extremely provocative. In the divine continent where men and women were more conservative, it was even more lustful. Feng Shu's eyes were spitting fire. He finally saw through Chang Ru's true nature. She was simply a fickle woman. Whenever she saw an outstanding male cultivator, she would immediately throw herself at them. Hong Chen Wu, on the other hand, revealed an expression of disgust. As a fellow woman, she couldn't understand why Chang Ru would forsake her dignity and chastity for the sake of cultivation. Qin Feng stood in the snow, ignoring all of Chang Ru's seductive expressions and movements. Chang Ru was a bit anxious. She was extremely confident in her looks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the eye of Gao Jin, the genius disciple of the seven-star Gao family. In Chang Ru's opinion, men were all lustful animals. Even if they were powerful cultivators, they couldn't resist the instinctive desire of their bodies. Otherwise, Gao Mingxi, that old thing, wouldn't have secretly looked for her again and again. "Senior Qin, please accept this little girl. This little girl promises to be loyal to you for the rest of my life. I won't hesitate to do anything for you." Chang Ru simply increased the intensity of her attacks. This time, her whole body was in Qin Feng's arms, and her hands were restlessly touching him. One had to admit that this woman's appearance was outstanding and her body was hot, but Qin Feng couldn't arouse the slightest bit of interest. A powerful surge of true origin surged from his body, and Chang Ru was sent flying 100 meters away into the snow. "Brother Feng, this is your little junior sister's true nature. Let's go." Feng Shu was filled with gratitude as he watched Qin Feng's receding figure. In fact, he was worried that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would push Chang Ru down on the spot. If that really happened, Feng Shu wouldn't have stopped him. However, his friendship with Qin Feng would have come to an end. The three of them resumed their journey and continued to search for the secret formation that led to the 9th layer of the snow region. On the 5th day, Hong Wu finally found the location marked on the map. However, she discovered that a large number of cultivators had already gathered there. Qin Fen scanned the area with his divine sense, and his heart was heavy. The cultivators gathered near the hidden formation door were all powerful cultivators with high realms. Hollow God realm cultivators were already at the bottom, and body condensation realm cultivators were the most common. There were also dozens of cauldron filling state cultivators, and a few cultivators that Qin Fen couldn't see through. "Brother Zhou, what's going on here?" At this time, another figure rushed over. As soon as that person landed on the ground, the gathered cultivators all revealed expressions of awe. An elder whose cultivation level Qin Fen couldn't see through walked out from the crowd. He cupped his fists and said, "Deputy City, Lord Wang Lu, we found a hidden formation door in the 5th layer of the snow region. We don't know where it leads to." The person who came was the Deputy City, Lord of Snowfield City, Wang Lu Zhongming. He nodded and said, "With Brother Zhou's ability, can you activate that hidden formation door?" The conversation between the most powerful cultivators in Snowfield City scared the others to the point that their breathing quickened. Even the few cauldron-filling state cultivators revealed nervous expressions. Qin Fen was curious about the identity of Wang Lu Zhongming and the others, so he asked Fang Shu. After Fang Shu introduced them one by one, Qin Fen frowned. It turned out that the old man that Wang Lu Zhongming referred to as Brother Zhou was the vice sect leader of the 3 Purities formation, and his cultivation level had most likely surpassed the cauldron-filling stage. Not long ago, Qin Fen had killed Xiaoming and the others from the 3 Purities formation in the 9 Heavens snow region. However, what Qin Fen was most worried about wasn't Xiao Shan's revenge. The 3 Purities formation disciples who found the level 9 caterpillar fungus were all killed by him. There was no one who could inform them. Qin Fen's biggest worry was that the formation door to the 9th layer of the snow region would be discovered. If all the powerful cultivators entered the 9th layer of the snow region, then he would have nothing to do with the ice heart flame. "Miss Hong, the place you mentioned is here." Qin Fen wanted to confirm. He hoped that Hong Chen was wrong. "Senior Qin, it must be here. What should we do now?" Hong Chen Wu said helplessly. She clearly knew Qin Fen's concerns. "Then let's wait and see. If everyone goes in, I don't have the confidence to subdue the heavenly fire." Qin Fen sighed. They had been busy for half a day, but it was very likely that they would fail. The three's mood fell to the bottom, and they remained silent. The crowd was in full swing. Many people listened to Xiao Shan's instructions and searched for the hidden formation door. An hour later, Xiao Shan shouted and threw out formation flags. Those formation flags didn't fall to the ground. They all floated in the air and formed a formation. That formation was clearly in the shape of a formation door. "It's here. The hidden formation door has appeared." Senior Xiao Shan is indeed the deputy sect leader of the 3 Purities formation. His formation skills are at the peak. Where does this formation door lead to? Will there be a lot of cultivation resources? When the formation door appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. Many cultivators began to imagine that the secret realm was a herb garden or a spirit stone manor. However, only Qin Fen and the others knew that the other end of the formation door was the 9th layer of the snow region. Chapter 2065. Wang Liashongming had already landed beside the array door. After a careful observation, he said, "As the deputy governor of Snow Domain City, I know all the secret realm array doors in the first 5 layers of 9 Heavens snow domain like the back of my hand. But this array door has an unfamiliar aura." His words stirred the crowd. There was an unknown array door in the 5th layer of 9 Heavens snow domain. This meant that no one had been to the secret realm on the other side of the array door, and the cultivation resources inside had not been discovered. Such a great opportunity was right in front of them, but no one had rushed into the array door. Opportunities and risks coexisted. Who could be sure that the array door would lead to a secret realm or a dangerous place? Governor Wang Liashangming, what do you think we should do now? More than a dozen big shots gathered around Wang Liashangming. The lineup could scare people to death. Even a cauldron-filling realm late-stage cultivator would be the weakest among them. Most of them were disaster, transformation, ultimate gods. Wang Liashangming could not help but think of the ceiling sky formation that suddenly appeared above Snow Domain City and the unfamiliar array door in front of him. His expression changed. Let's go in and have a look. Brother Zhou, can you hide the array door? Wang Liashangming asked after a moment of silence. It's not difficult to hide the array door, Sui Shan said. Wang Lu Zhongming nodded and glanced at the adventuring cultivators standing in the distance, not daring to approach, and said, Fellow Taoists, this secret array door does not lead to the Holy Land. It is very likely to be a dangerous place. I advise you not to enter. It is better to search for treasures elsewhere. Everyone did not believe Wang Liashangming's words. If it was really a dangerous place, why would Wang Liashangming and the other top experts of Snow Domain City go in? However, even if they guessed that they wanted to go in and share the treasures, they did not dare to complain. Half a minute later, the crowd had all left. Wang Liashangming did not rush into the array door. He waited until his divine senses could not detect any cultivator's aura within 1,000 miles before he said to Sui Shan, Brother Zhou, hide the array door and we'll go in. Senior Qin, are we really going to leave just like that? Hong Chen Wu could not help but ask after flying for 1,000 miles without any intention of stopping. Fang Shu sighed and said, Hong Chen Wu, you can't blame Senior Qin this time. Those who stayed are the top experts of Snow Domain City. I heard that Deputy City, Lord Wang Liashangming, has reached the peak disaster transformation realm. I wonder if he has successfully broken through to the true form realm. This was the first time Qin Fen had heard of Wang Lu Zhongming's cultivation realm. He was extremely shocked and could not help but have a higher opinion of the overall cultivation level of the West Ocean continent. Hong Chen Wu's eyes were filled with despair. Her alluring red lips opened and closed as she murmured to herself. Then what should I do? Hong Lord of Hong Chen Wu's seductive red lips opened and muttered, I have my father of. If I have the sect, I have my father's disease. I sigh, Dao Qin Shan, Yang, of Long of the Saint City, and Life of Realm City, of Yang of Emperor, Emperor Wang Emperor Heaven, of however, even if Hong Chen Wu's father hadn't fallen ill. When Qin Fen found out that the celestial fire ice heart flame was in the 9th layer of Snow region, he was determined to go there. Even if Wang Lu Zhongming tried to stop him, he wouldn't care. Don't worry, Hong Chen. I will definitely go to the 9th level of Snow Domain and do my best to subdue the ice heart flame. As for your father's illness, don't worry. After this expedition, I can go with you and see if I can cure Senior Hong, Qin Feng said. Hong Chen Wu immediately perked up. Senior Qin, are you serious? Let's go back to the array door now. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. We can't go back now. I believe that Wang Liashangming and the others will not rush into the array door. They might have to stay here for a while to prevent cultivators from hiding nearby. Hong Chen Wu suddenly realized that she had misunderstood Qin Feng. She immediately bowed and said, Thank you, Senior Qin. Whether or not Senior Qin can subdue the ice heart flame, I will remember your kindness. Qin Fen waved his hand and said with a smile, That's enough. Since we have met in the 9 heavens snow field, it is fate. I regard you and Feng Shu as friends. I am happy to help my friends. Don't be so polite. Because of the encounter with Gao Jin and the others, Hong Chen Wu and Feng Shu did not run away. Qin Feng had completely accepted them. After going around in the ice and snow a few times, Qin Feng felt that it was time to go back to the array door. However, he did not plan to take Feng Shu and Hong Chen Wu with him. Firstly, Wang Liashangming and the others had entered the 9th level of snow domain. Secondly, the weather in the 5th level of snow domain was extremely bad. Qin Feng was afraid that Fang Shu and Hong Qinwu would freeze to death in the 9th level of snow domain. After knowing Qin Feng's thoughts, the two of them immediately objected. Senior Qin, I, Fang Shu, am not afraid of death. We agreed to explore the 9th level of snow domain together. How can I back out now? Fang Shu said with a firm expression. Hong Qinwu was even more anxious. If I can't subdue the ice heart flame this time, what's the point of going back alive? Qin Feng understood their feelings, but he always remained rational. If he entered the 9th level of snow domain alone, he might have a chance to subdue the ice heart flame. However, if he took Fang Shu and Hong Qinwu with him, he could only escape and stay alive. Miss Hong, don't worry. As long as I find the ice heart flame, I will definitely meet up with you. Qin Feng looked at Fang Shu and said, Take Miss Hong and leave the 9 Heaven Snow Domain first. Wait for me at the inn in Snow Domain City. Protect Miss Hong. Qin Feng did not see the scene where Hong Qinwu killed the Gao family disciple. Otherwise, he would not have asked Fang Shu to protect her. Fang Shu looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Senior Qin, you should take us with you. Qin Feng said firmly, I will go in alone. You two will only die. After some discussion, Fang Shu listened to Qin Feng's suggestion and chose to leave. However, Hong Qinwu insisted on going to the 9th level of snow domain, so Qin Feng had no choice but to take her with him. When the two of them returned to the place where the array gate was, there was no one else around. Even the array gate that Time Sui-shan had revealed had disappeared. It's over. The array gate was hidden by that old man. How are we going to enter the 9th level of snow domain now? Hong Qinwu frowned. Even if she did not know Time Sui-shan, she could guess that he was a formation master. However, she saw that Qin Feng was already sitting cross-legged in the snow with his eyes closed. When Hong Qinwu was about to ask him, he waved his hands and threw out a sky full of array flags. Buzz! A strange energy wave rippled out. Hong Qinwu had a look of disbelief on her face. A white array gate appeared in the void in front of her. Senior Qin, you know formations? I know a little. Qin Feng did not explain much. He grabbed Hong Qinwu's hand and rushed into the sky. Let's go in. When the two of them disappeared in the void, the white array gate flashed and disappeared, once again hidden in the void. Qin Feng felt dizzy. This teleportation formation was quite a distance away. Hong Qinwu's condition was even worse. She felt like she was about to be torn apart by the chaotic aura in the teleportation tunnel. Fortunately, after a while, she found the feeling of landing on the ground. Hong Qinwu crouched down and wanted to vomit, but she could not. Qin Feng had already spread his divine sense out. However, in the next second, his expression changed drastically. He felt a strong sense of death coming at him. This was not the killing intent of someone, but the aura of death brought about by the harsh environment. The harsh environment of the 9th level of snow domain far exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Even his divine sense was frozen, and he could not release it at all. The two of them had only been on the ground for a few seconds when they were covered in ice and snow. When a cold wind blew, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Qin Feng's body was no longer just cold. He realized that his consciousness was being frozen bit by bit. His ability to think and react were quickly fading. If this continued, he would definitely freeze to death. With a thought, the spirit sunflower heavenly fire burned fiercely. However, Qin Feng still felt bone-chilling cold. On the other hand, his divine sense and thoughts were slowly recovering. Qin Feng knew that he could still hold on in the 9th level of snow domain, but he could only hold on for a few hours at most. However, he immediately realized that Hong Qinwu did not have a rare fire of heaven and earth. Coming here would only mean death. The situation was critical. Qin Feng did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately activated the purple flame, causing the two rare fires to burn at the same time. The layer of ice on his body finally began to melt, but a new layer of ice covered him. Qin Feng had no choice but to burn his blood essence. Only then did he manage to make the ice melt faster than it was freezing. "Miss Hong, are you okay?" After a whole incense's time, Qin Feng finally removed the ice on his body. When he rushed to Hong Chen-Wu's side, he found that she had already fainted from the cold. She did not have any consciousness at all. "What the hell is this place?" Qin Feng could not help but complain. Then he immediately picked up Hong Chen-Wu and flew through the wind and snow. He wanted to find a cave to settle down in. Along the way, the two rare fires kept burning. Qin Feng did not dare to stop at all. Otherwise, he would immediately be frozen in the void. It felt like he had entered a battlefield. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng's expression changed. He saw a row of people in the wind and snow in the distance. Apart from him and Hong Chen-Wu, only Wang Lu Zhongming and the group of godly venerables had entered the 9th snow domain. Qin Feng immediately turned around and ran without thinking. If he was caught by Wang Lu Zhongming and the others, only death would await him. However, after flying for a few kilometers, Qin Feng turned around and flew back. He found that the people in the wind and snow in the distance did not move at all. They seemed to have frozen to death. The flying sword landed, and Qin Feng arrived in the middle of the row of people. There were 8 people in this row, and all of them were frozen in the snow. Moreover, it was very likely that they had frozen to death as soon as they teleported to this layer of snow domain. This was because the 8 of them were in different positions. Some were about to escape on their swords, while others were about to circulate their vital ether to protect themselves. Even their vital ether had been frozen into strands of air. It was a rare sight. Qin Feng began to guess that the cultivation of this group of people should be at the empty god consolidated body realm or lower. Otherwise, they would not have been frozen to death instantly. However, he could not understand how empty god consolidated body realm could enter the 9th snow domain. Chapter 2066. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng used heaven fire to melt the ice on one of the older cultivators. Before he died, the old man was still flying on a sword. When the ice melted, the old man's body flew forward for some distance before he fell into the snow. Qin Feng was shocked. He was completely shocked by the cold weather of the 9th level of the snow region. This place could no longer be described as simply cold. This was a land of death. There was no chance of survival. As soon as the old man fell, his body was covered in ice and snow again. Qin Feng immediately released heaven fire. When the ice melted again, Qin Feng took the old man's storage ring. There was a divine sense restriction on the storage ring. When Qin Feng tried to use his powerful divine sense to break the divine sense restriction, he realized it was useless. Qin Feng was shocked. A scary thought popped into his mind. He had absorbed more than 3,000 soul crystals and cultivated the soul returning technique. His divine sense was invincible among his peers. It was even close to the strength of a cauldron filling state cultivator. However, his divine sense could not break the divine sense seal on the dead old man's storage ring. This old man was at least cauldron filling state when he was alive. A cauldron filling state cultivator was frozen to death the moment he entered the 9th level of the snow region. Qin Feng found it unbelievable. He realized his previous guess was completely wrong. This was not a group of low-level cultivators. The harsh environment of the 9 heaven snow region was more terrifying than he imagined. Qin Feng was even more worried about Hong Chen-Wu's safety. Although he could not see through this woman's realm, he guessed that she could not be cauldron-filling state. Hong Chen-Wu did not have a heavenly flame to protect her body. The armor she wore was only average. If she stayed in this icy environment for a long time, there was no hope of survival. "Master, don't worry too much. Those cultivators froze to death because they underestimated the harsh weather of this region of snow. Many of them didn't even wear armor, so it's not surprising that they froze to death, Little Pig reminded him. Qin Feng quickly calmed himself down and looked at the 8 cultivators again. It was just as Little Pig had said, only 3 of them were wearing armor, and they were spirit-grade armor. These people obviously didn't take any defensive measures and entered the 9th layer of the snow domain. Qin Feng thought about it and felt that they probably didn't even know they were going to enter the 9th layer of the snow domain. Perhaps they just stumbled into the formation door. No matter what the truth was, it had little to do with Qin Feng. These people had no idea how long they had been frozen to death. However, because of the extremely cold environment, their corpses were well preserved. It was as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. After trying a few more divine sense attacks, Qin Feng finally broke the seal on the storage ring. When his divine sense swept inside, Qin Feng was immediately stunned. He was sure that the owner of this storage ring was at least a cauldron-filling realm cultivator, most likely in the late stage of cauldron-filling realm. This was because the storage ring was extremely rich in cultivation resources. There were 3 pieces of true artifact grade armors and a small mountain of level 6 and level 7 spiritual herbs and refining materials. Qin Feng's excitement didn't last long. He quickly gathered his thoughts and put the storage ring away. Now that he was in the 9th layer of the snow domain, even with the protection of 2 heavenly flames, he felt a little overwhelmed. He didn't use the heavenly flame to melt the ice on the others and take their storage rings, because he didn't just need to use the 2 heavenly flames to protect himself. Qin Feng didn't use the heavenly flames to protect Hong Qianwu. Otherwise, she would have frozen to death. The 9th layer of the snow domain was shrouded in a hazy snow mist. Visibility was less than 100 meters. Affected by the extremely cold environment, Qin Feng couldn't use his divine sense. He couldn't even tell north from south. Since he couldn't find a cave to hide in, Qin Feng had no choice but to take out the flying cloud all. However, when he hid inside the flying cloud all with Hong Qianwu in his arms, he heard a soft, crisp sound. This flying ship, which was comparable to a high-grade true artifact in the divine continent, was frozen. The flying cloud all's speed was reduced by half due to the extreme snowstorm. After flying for half an hour, the flying cloud all surface was covered with a layer of hard ice. When Qin Feng used his divine sense to scan the ice, he found that there were many cracks on the surface. Qin Feng was worried. If the flying cloud all was destroyed in the 9th layer of the snow domain, the loss would outweigh the gain. His main flying artifact was the flying cloud all. It was the best tool for escaping. However, it was unrealistic to put the flying cloud all away now. The harsh and cold environment in the 9th layer of the snow domain was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. Even with the protection of 2 heavenly flames, he couldn't hold on for long. Most importantly, he had to protect Hong Qianwu. If Hong Qianwu was exposed to the snowstorm, she would die soon. Master, try the fire spirit crystals. Little Pig suddenly reminded. Only then did Qin Feng remember that he collected more than 10,000 fire spirit crystals in the cave in the Insect Valley. However, some of them were used to upgrade the spirit sunflower heaven fire. Now, there were only more than 3,000 fire spirit crystals left in the storage ring. He immediately took out more than 3,000 fire spirit crystals and piled them up in the resting room. When these fire spirit crystals appeared, the temperature inside the flying cloud all skyrocketed. The hot air floated out through the vent and melted some of the ice on the surface of the flying cloud all. This scene surprised Qin Feng. It seemed that the fire spirit crystals were effective. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started to set up a formation. He used 1,000 fire spirit crystals to set up a fire spirit formation. 2 hours later, the fire spirit formation was completed. Although it was Qin Feng's first time setting up this kind of formation, the effect was very obvious. The temperature inside the flying cloud all was maintained at 28 degrees Celsius, which was the most comfortable temperature. Qin Fin didn't stop. He took out the 3 true artifact armors from the storage ring he got not long ago. He planned to add fire spirit crystals into the armors to modify them into fire elemental defensive armors. Qin Fin was now at the level of a low-grade true artifact master, and he had a 20% chance of making a low-grade true artifact. Moreover, he was only modifying the form true artifact armors. This kind of work was not difficult for him. 6 hours later, the 3 true artifact armors were successfully modified into fire elemental defensive true armors. Qin Fin immediately put on one of the true artifact armors. At this time, he found that the ice on Hong Chen Wu's body had completely melted, so he put on an armor for her as well. Qin Fin finally let out a sigh of relief. With the help of the 3,000 fire spirit crystals, he temporarily alleviated the crisis. However, thinking that he had used up the 3,000 fire spirit crystals just like that, he felt a bit sad. "Senior Qin, are we dead?" Hong Chen Wu woke up not long after she put on the armor. Qin Fin hurriedly took out some medicinal pellets to consolidate true core and handed them to her. He said, "We are not dead. Take the medicinal pellets first and adjust your true core." Hong Chen Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. When she entered the 9th layer of the snow region, she felt an irresistible aura of death. That feeling made her feel hopeless. She did not expect that Qin Fin would save her. Hong Chen Wu immediately swallowed the medicinal pellets and meditated for a while. When she opened her eyes again, the skin that was not covered by the veil had regained its color. "Senior Qin, what's the situation now?" Hong Chen Wu asked immediately. Qin Fin had already checked the surrounding terrain. He found that along the way there was nothing but barren mountains and snowy lands. There was not even a mountain in sight, let alone a cave to hide in. This situation worried Qin Fin because the energy supply of the fire spirit formation could not last for long. Once the 1,000 fire spirit crystals were used up, he and Hong Chen would fall into a dangerous situation again. "We need to find the ice heart flame as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will freeze to death here." Qin Fin did not hide the danger they were in. He wanted Hong Chen Wu to be mentally prepared. "Senior Qin, did you see Wang Lu Zhongming's group? Maybe they are also here to find the ice heart flame. Why don't we follow them?" Hong Chen Wu said. Qin Fin shook his head and said, "We did not see any living people along the way, but we did see a lot of dead people." Hong Chen Wu did not understand what Qin Fin meant by dead people, but she did not need to ask Qin Fin. When her divine sense swept out of the flying cloud the scene in the snowy land shocked her. There are so many cultivators frozen to death in the 9th layer of the snow region. It seems that many people have been here. I wonder if the ice heart flame is still here. Hong Chen Wu was worried. In fact, Qin Fin had already considered this possibility. However, since they were already here, he wanted to search for more. It would not be too late to find an exit and leave when he really could not hold on. The flying cloud all sped along without a destination. Along the way, Qin Fin and Hong Chen Wu saw many cultivators frozen to death. Towards the end, they did not find it strange anymore. However, the state of the 9th layer of the snow region gradually caused the 2 of them to despair. This place was like a boundless wilderness of snow. Not only were there no signs of life, but there wasn't even a single mountain or wild grass to be found. "Wow, Senior Qin, that river is so beautiful." Hong Chen Wu suddenly cried out. Her beautiful eyes, which were not covered by her veil, were shining. Qin Fin had also found the narrow river not far away. There was a stream flowing in the river. It was clear and bright, and it reflected some crystal light. It was mesmerizing. However, Qin Fin quickly came to his senses. With a look of disbelief, he shouted, "This is not right. The 9th layer of the snow region is a world of ice and snow. Anything can be frozen. How can there be a stream flowing here? With his reminder, Hong Chen-wu suddenly came to her senses and said, "Yes! Why is there a river flowing here? What is going on?" The two of them could not figure it out. Qin Fen immediately increased the speed of the flying cloud all and flew towards the slowly flowing river. As they got closer to the river, the wind and snow around them became weaker, and the temperature increased. "Senior Qin, I feel like the temperature outside has increased. Is it my imagination?" Hong Chan-wu said in surprise, "It is not your imagination. Look carefully. The wind and snow above this river are very light. The temperature has increased, so the river is not frozen. I plan to fly under the river to take a look. Maybe I will find something," Qin Fen said. Chapter 2067. The flying cloud all started to descend straight into the river. A true artifact like this could not only fly in the air, but it could also move underwater. "Senior Qin, I feel the temperature increase again." After the flying cloud all entered the water, Hong Chen-wu immediately noticed. Qin Fen also felt the increase in temperature, and he became more curious about the situation at the bottom of the river. He even suspected that there was an unusual fire hidden under the river. Otherwise, what else could improve the harsh environment of Nine Heaven's snow region? When they were above the shore, the water felt very shallow, but when Qin Fen entered, he realized he was wrong. The river was unfathomably deep. The flying cloud all flew at full speed, but it still hadn't reached the bottom after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. As they went deeper into the river, the pressure from the water increased. Qin Fen could already hear a slight sound coming from the flying cloud all. It was similar to the sound of the flying cloud all cracking in the blizzard, but he knew that the sound wasn't from freezing, but from the impact of the water pressure at the bottom of the river. After flying for another 2 incense sticks of time, the water pressure increased, and it even hindered the flying cloud all speed. Qin Fen began to worry that something bad would happen if they continued flying. If the flying cloud all cracked, he didn't know if he could withstand the fierce water pressure with his cultivation. But at this moment, a pillar of light shot up from the river. Hong Chen-wu immediately shouted, "Senior Qin, there's light under the water." Qin Fen had already changed the direction of the flying cloud all. He inserted a dozen spirit crystals into the energy system. The flying cloud all's speed increased again, and it quickly rushed to the source of the pillar of light. Qin Fen and Hong Chen-wu saw an extremely spectacular scene. At the bottom of the raging river, there was a tall black mountain. The peak of the mountain couldn't be seen, and it seemed to extend above the river. The white pillar of light shot out from the bottom of the mountain, and it was the entrance of a cave. The water pressure at the bottom of the river was extremely fierce, but there was no water flowing into the cave. Qin Fen landed the flying cloud all outside the cave, and his divine sense scanned the cave entrance. "Senior Qin, this cave entrance is very strange. Why doesn't the water flow in?" Hong Chen-wu also realized this point that went against common sense. Qin Fen had already retracted his divine sense, and he had a look of understanding. "There is an array at the entrance that seals the river." "I see. Does Senior Qin have a way to enter the array door?" Hong Chen-wu was very curious about the situation inside the cave. Qin Fen had the same intention. Regardless of whether the cave was dangerous or not, at least it was much better than the water pressure at the bottom of the river and the snowstorm above the river. The formation at the entrance of the cave was not high. It was a grade 6 defensive formation. With Qin Feng's current formation skills, he could break it. However, he wasn't in a rush to break the formation. Instead, he was confused. Logically speaking, a 6th level defense formation could only block attacks from hollow spirit state cultivators and would be easily broken by body condensation state cultivators. At this depth, the force of the river was definitely not small. Qin Feng estimated that it was at least body condensation state cultivators' true essence. How could it not break the formation? Could it be that someone just came over to set up a defensive formation? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He immediately thought of Wang Lu Zhongming and the others, because he, Hong Chenwu, and Wang Lu Zhongming were probably the only ones still alive in the Nine Heavens Snow region. Moreover, the vice-sect master of the Three Purities formation, Sui Shan, was also in that group. It was very likely that Sui Shan had set up this Class 6 defensive formation. Senior Qin, can you not break the formation? Hong Chenwu asked when Qin Feng didn't respond. Qin Feng came back to his senses and said with a serious expression, I can break this defensive formation, but I suspect that Wang Lu Zhongming and the others have entered the cave. Hong Chenwu was shocked. Huh? They're also here? Then what should we do? Should we leave here first? Thinking of Wang Lu Zhongming and the other old monsters' cultivation levels, Hong Chenwu's mind was in chaos. Even Qin Feng couldn't calm down, let alone her. If they really ran into that group of people, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. However, Qin Feng didn't want to leave. Putting aside the fact that the extreme cold outside was fatal, the most important thing was that he had his eyes on this cave abode. It was very likely that there was a heaven and earth strange flame inside. Miss Hong, drive the flying cloud all outside and wait for me. I'll go into the cave and see what's going on. Qin Feng finally made a decision. Hong Chenwu was surprised. Senior Qin, are you really going in? Even if there are treasures hidden in the cave, I'm afraid we can't take them away. Qin Feng said firmly, since I found this place, I must go in and see what's going on. Also, Wang Lu Zhongming and the others might not have gone into the cave. That's just my guess. Qin Feng said this to comfort Hong Chenwu, because he was sure that Wang Lu Zhongming and the others had entered the cave. Seeing that Qin Feng was determined to go in, Hong Chenwu gritted her teeth and said that she wanted to follow. Qin Feng couldn't persuade her in the end, so he brought Hong Chenwu with him. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Qin Feng finished making the formation flags. However, he had to leave the flying cloud all before he could break the formation. The water pressure here was extremely fierce, so he only had one chance. When everything was ready, Qin Feng rushed out of the flying cloud all first. He wanted to throw out the formation flags immediately, but he suddenly felt a destructive force coming at him, and he was instantly sucked into the whirlpool of the river. The force of the river was more terrifying than Qin Feng had imagined. The fire spirit, crystal, true treasure armor that he had forged not long ago was instantly broken. When the water surged up his body, Qin Feng didn't think twice and put on the life immortal armor. The life immortal armor temporarily withstood the pressure of the river, but it wasn't much better. Qin Feng's body was like a kite with a broken string, drifting erratically in the whirlpool of the river. He wanted to throw out the formation flags and break through the 6th level defensive formation, but he didn't even have the chance to get close to the entrance. Hong Chenwu was still in the flying cloud all. Seeing that Qin Feng was in trouble, she was full of anxiety. However, in the end, she kept her calm and didn't rush out to help. She knew Qin Feng's strength very well. If he couldn't even protect himself, she would only be a burden if she went out. Master, try the field. Little Pig reminded. Qin Feng hurriedly used the field, and a strange magnetic field rippled around his body. The field was successfully used. The turbulent whirlpool of water didn't freeze, but at least it calmed down a little. How could Qin Feng miss such a great opportunity? As soon as he steadied his body, he rushed to the entrance of the cave. He slapped his hand, and dozens of formation flags fell down. Then, Qin Feng gathered a large amount of true essence and swung the gray ruler fiercely. Rumble! A loud sound exploded at the bottom of the river, causing a huge wave to surge. The 6th level defensive formation at the entrance of the cave was instantly broken. It was like a dam had been opened, and the river surged in like a flood. Chapter 2068. Under the force of the river, Qin Feng and the soaring cloud all were instantly sucked into the cave. The water showed no signs of stopping, and in a few breaths they were a few hundred meters away. After entering the cave, Qin Fin immediately released his divine sense to observe. However, his divine sense could only scan the interior of the cave and could not penetrate the rocks to see further. This was an incomparably long and narrow tunnel that seemed to have been dug by someone. Under the force of the river, Qin Fin sped all the way and finally flew out of another cave. Whoosh! The moment he left the cave, Qin Fin finally escaped the force of the river. When he regained his freedom, he immediately flew away on his flying sword. On both sides were tall mountains that formed a large canyon. Below him was a river with no end, and the clear water flowed slowly. Qin Fin hovered above the canyon on his flying sword. When he turned back to look at the cave, the river surged out and formed a waterfall. "Senior Qin, are you okay?" Hong Chen Wu flew out of a soaring cloud all. "I'm fine. How are you?" Qin Fin asked. Hong Chen Wu let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, "It's all thanks to the protection of Senior Qin's ship. If I fell into the river, I probably wouldn't have survived." Qin Fin nodded. He knew more about the force of the river than Hong Chen Wu. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal armor, he probably would have died in the river. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's find a safe place to understand the situation here. Qin Fin put away the soaring cloud all and used his flying sword to explore. The terrain above the canyon was dangerous, and with the speed of the soaring cloud all, it was hard to control it without crashing into the rocks. Aside from that, there was another more important reason. The climate in the canyon was warm, and there was no need to hide in the soaring cloud all to block the cold. "Senior Qin, where are we now?" "I feel like we've left the Nine Heavens snow region." After flying for a while, Hong Chen was full of questions. Even Qin Fin suspected that this space had left the Nine Heavens snow region. It had been a world of ice and snow before, but now it was like a spring breeze. The difference was too big. Because the climate in the canyon was warm, it was full of life compared to the world of ice and snow outside. Qin Fin flew upstream along the river. He saw many spirit, herbs, and beast spirits along the way. This was something that couldn't be seen in the snow outside. "Senior Qin, there seems to be someone ahead." After flying for an unknown period of time, Hong Chen Wu cried out in alarm. Normally, seeing a living person in an unknown environment like this would be a happy thing. But Hong Chen Wu's brows were tightly furrowed. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. He had already guessed that Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others had also entered this valley. If they were to meet people here, they would most likely be the group of peak experts from Snow Domain City. With a sweep of his divine sense, Qin Fin saw 2 early-stage cauldron-filling realm cultivators not far away. Qin Fin let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that these 2 people should be the personal disciples of those peak cultivators. With Qin Fin's current cultivation, he wasn't afraid of early-stage cauldron-filling state cultivators. In fact, if he found the opportunity to strike first, he could instantly kill an early-stage cauldron-filling state cultivator. However, he would not really go and deal with those 2. There might be other venerables nearby. "Let's go." Qin Fin immediately sent a voice transmission to Red Dust Dance. However, before the 2 of them could leave, a heart-wrenching scream of pain came from behind them. The 2 stopped at the same time and looked back in shock. The 2 cauldron-filling state cultivators had blue flames on their bodies, but the flames had no heat and instantly froze them into ice sculptures. Crack, crack! There was a subtle sound, as if something had cracked. A few seconds later, a shocking scene appeared in front of Qin Fin and Red Dust Dance. The 2 early-stage cauldron-filling state cultivators had been frozen into ice shards, which scattered all over the ground. How could this be? How did they die? Red Dust Dance was so scared that she couldn't even speak clearly. Qin Fin had already swept his divine sense over, and his expression instantly changed. Not good. There's a killing intent coming. The killing intent was very strong, but Qin Fin couldn't even see what it was. However, he didn't have the time to look at it in detail. He immediately grabbed Red Dust Dance and ran. Only then did Red Dust Dance react. She also used her divine sense to sweep behind her. She saw a blue flame appear in the sky above the valley, quickly chasing after her and Qin Fin. Senior Qin, it seems to be a rare flame. Red Dust Dance was overjoyed. Qin Fin said firmly, "It's definitely not a rare flame. I have flames, so I am very familiar with their aura." Red Dust Dance's emotions were like a roller coaster. She immediately became nervous. Not a rare flame. Then what is it? The flame chasing after them was extremely fast. It was less than 50 meters away from Qin Fin and Red Dust Dance. This time, Qin Fin finally saw it clearly. It wasn't a flame at all, but something made up of countless blue flying insects. Not good, Master. This is the ice spirit insect, which is ranked 58th on the divine supreme continent along with the fire spirit insect. Little Pig suddenly shouted. Qin Fin's heart became heavy. Last time in the 1,000 Insect Valley in the South Flat Continent, he had witnessed the power of spirit insects, especially the bloodthirsty insect at the bottom of the 1,000 Lotus Lake, which almost killed him. However, when he remembered that the ice spirit insect was ranked 58th like the fire spirit insect, Qin Fin felt slightly relieved. He believed that with the heavenly fire spirit sunflower in hand, these ice spirit insects wouldn't be a threat to him. However, Qin Fin quickly realized that he was wrong. When the tens of thousands of ice spirit insects approached them, a bone-piercing chill hit them and instantly froze him and Red Dust Dance. The two of them were still flying on their swords, but they had already become ice sculptures, just like the cultivators who were frozen to death in the snowstorm outside. However, Qin Fin and Red Dust Dance's thoughts were still there, and they both looked anxious. Qin Fin couldn't understand why the ice spirit insects were so ferocious, but only ranked 58th with the fire spirit insect. Master, it's not because of the ice spirit insects. It should be because of the flame on their bodies. Little Pig immediately reminded him. Qin Fin used his divine sense again, and this time he carefully examined the ice spirit insects. He found that almost every ice spirit insect had a flame on its antennae. The flame was so small that it couldn't be seen, just like an illusory antenna. No wonder Qin Fin didn't notice it before. What kind of flame is this? Qin Fin felt a trace of the unusual flame's aura. The aura was extremely weak, and if he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to detect it. Little Pig guessed, Master, could it be the ice heart flame? Qin Fin's eyes lit up. He felt that it could really be the ice heart flame, but he quickly thought that it wasn't. If the ice heart flame was really hiding in this canyon, the environment here would be even worse than outside, so how could it be warm? Now wasn't the time to guess what kind of flame it was, because Qin Fin already felt death approaching. Tens of thousands of ice spirit insects were like a sea of fire, and everywhere they went, even the air was instantly frozen. Chapter 2069. Rumble. Qin Fin immediately burned a mouthful of blood essence and forced his Triyuan to release the heavenly fire spirit sunflower. The layer of ice quickly melted, and in the end, several balls of fire rushed out. When they enveloped the tens of thousands of ice spirit worms, the two seemed to merge into one, forming an even fiercer fire in the air. Violent explosions rang out, like the sparks from the collision of ice and boiling water. A large number of ice spirit worms fell to the ground, but they were not completely dead. They struggled and crawled on the ground, like a slowly spreading fire. Qin Fin did not have the time to care about the ice spirit worms. He immediately used the heavenly fire to melt the ice on Hong Chan-Wu's body. Hong Chan-Wu panicked, obviously frightened by the ice spirit worms. Senior Qin, what is this thing? Qin Fin pulled Hong Chan-Wu and said, the 58th ranked ice spirit worm on the divine continent. Ice spirit worm? A type of heaven and earth spirit worm? Hong Chan-Wu was shocked. The ice spirit worms themselves are not the strong, but there is a flame on their antennae. I suspect that is the ice heart flame, Qin Fen explained. Hong Chen-Wu's eyes lit up when she heard the ice heart flame. Is there really an ice heart flame here? My father's illness can finally be cured. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Chen-Wu's expression changed as if she thought of something. No, Senior Qin. There shouldn't be an ice heart flame here. I heard from the elders in the clan that the ice heart flame is a type of Yin flame. The flame is cold, and this river valley is hot and humid. Moreover, why would those worms have an ice heart flame on them? Hong Chen-Wu's doubts were also Qin Fen's doubts. Qin Fen did not believe that there was an ice heart flame in this underground river, but he was sure that the flame on the ice spirit worms was a heaven and earth spirit flame because he was very familiar with the aura of a heaven and earth spirit flame. The previous wave of attack from the spirit sunflower temporarily blocked the ice spirit worms, but Qin Fen soon felt a strong chill coming from behind him. When he used his divine sense to check, he was shocked. There was a large blue flame floating in the void behind him, and the ice spirit worms were crazily swarming towards him. Their numbers were increasing. This is bad, Senior Qin. There are countless ice spirit bugs hiding in this river. What should we do? Hong Chen-Wu had also noticed the situation. Just as she finished speaking, a giant dire wolf jumped out of nowhere and blocked the path in front of them, howling with its bloody mouth wide open. This time, the two of them fell into a situation where there were wolves ahead and tigers behind. The situation was extremely dangerous. Hong Chen-Wu frowned, and her heart was in turmoil. At this moment, she even regretted entering the 9th layer of the domain of snow to search for the ice heart flame. She had dragged Qin Fen down with her. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she felt her body suddenly become light. She was in Qin Feng's arms. The flying sword under Qin Fen's feet sped forward, completely ignoring the direwolf in front of him. When he was about to get close, he slashed out with his sword. A purple light flashed, like the afterglow of a wild grassland. Rumble. When the saber chi struck the icy plains wolf's body, a series of explosions rang out. This was a fully matured 7th rank spirit beast. The aura coming from its body was comparable to that of a body condensation stage cultivator. Qin Fen's slash only temporarily stopped its movement and didn't cause too much damage. When the 7th rank icy plains wolf was struck, Qin Fen flew past like a shooting star with Hong Chen-Wu in his arms. Although he wasn't afraid of the 7th rank spirit beast, he was a bit wary of the ice spirit bugs chasing after them. Crack, crack! A series of cracking sounds came from behind them, as if something was cracking. Qin Fen and Hong Chen-Wu curiously used their divine sense to investigate, and they were instantly shocked by what they saw. The sky full of ice spirit bugs swarmed toward the 7th rank icy plains wolf's body. The tall and mighty wolf was instantly frozen in the air, and it even maintained its pouncing posture. The cracking sound came from the body of the icy plains wolf. After its body was frozen into an ice sculpture, it began to crack in just a few seconds. Finally, it turned into pieces of ice that scattered all over the ground. Ah, Senior Qin, let's run. Hong Chen-Wu was completely shocked by the scene. That was a 7th rank spirit beast comparable to a body condensation stage cultivator, but it was instantly swallowed by those ice spirit bugs. She couldn't help but think of the scene where she met the 2 cauldron filling state cultivators. Because they were too far away at the time, and because she was focused on escaping, she didn't pay too much attention to how those 2 died. But after seeing what happened to the icy plains wolf up close, Hong Chen-Wu immediately understood. Those ice spirit bugs are too fast. There's no point in just thinking about escaping. We need to find a way to fight back. Qin Fen was also full of shock. The ice spirit bugs in this river were too terrifying. They could kill a cauldron filling state cultivator in an instant. Hong Chen Wu couldn't think of a way to deal with the ice spirit bugs, no matter how hard she thought. Qin Fun had a trump card, the hunting pincer, but after seeing the ice spirit bug's powerful freezing abilities, he didn't dare to release the hunting pincer. What if it instantly froze to death? However, there was a huge gap between his thoughts and reality. After the ice spirit bugs swallowed the icy plains wolf, they once again closed in on Qin Fun and Hong Chenwu. Even though Qin Fun had some misgivings, he had to release the hunting pincer to save the situation. Ever since it swallowed Zhang Sanha's nascent soul, the hunting pincer had become a first-rank star beast. Its body hadn't changed much, but its skin had turned from golden to purplish black. There seemed to be a luminous pearl hidden in its stomach, emitting a faint light. That pearl was the beast core formed after it leveled up. When the hunting pincer appeared, it instantly became extremely excited. It opened its mouth wide and rushed into the swarm of spirit bugs behind it. Hong Chenwu was immediately stunned by the scene behind her. The hunting pincer floated in the swarm of ice spirit bugs fearlessly. Its mouth was like a powerful vacuum cleaner, sucking in tens of thousands of spirit bugs into its stomach. Senior Qin, what is this? Aren't they afraid of being frozen? Hong Chenwu cried out in shock. Even Qin Fun was shocked by the hunting pincer's strength. He realized that his previous worries were unnecessary. He didn't explain the origin of the hunting pincer to Hong Chenwu. After a while, the remaining ice spirit bugs realized the power of the hunting pincer and fled. The hunting pincer didn't feel full yet. It planned to chase after them, but it was stopped by Qin Fun in time. If this little guy ran far away and other ice spirit bugs flew out from the crevices in the mountain, Qin Fun and Hong Chen would be finished. Achoo! When the hunting pincer flew back to Qin Fun's shoulder, it sneezed and its body emitted waves of cold air. That sneeze spat out hundreds of ice spirit bugs that hadn't been digested. Hong Chenwu panicked, but in the next second, the hunting pincer opened its mouth and swallowed all the spirit bugs back into its stomach. The scene made people speechless. Qin Fun's heart finally calmed down a little. He really thought that this little guy was so powerful that it could defy the natural order. It seemed like it was also an existence of flesh and blood. At the same time, Qin Fun once again sighed at the power of the ice spirit bugs, or rather, the power of the wisp of flame on the ice spirit bug's antennae. It actually made the hunting pincer shiver in the cold. 2 people and 1 beast slightly adjusted their conditions and then continued on their way. Qin Fun kept moving upstream along the river. He wanted to find a source of water because the source of a river would usually grow precious spirit herbs. Because of the hunting pincer's appearance, they didn't encounter any more ice spirit bugs along the way. After walking for a whole day and night, Qin Fun and Hong Chenwu found that the river had doubled in width, and the water in the river had increased a lot. Senior Qin, do you feel that the temperature is constantly rising? I feel like we're no longer in the 9 Heavens snow region, Hong Chenwu said. Qin Fun nodded. He found that the environment became more suitable as they walked upstream. There were many low-level spirit herbs growing in the crevices in the mountain rocks, and even a small number of level 5 and 6 spirit herbs. The environment here was completely different from the harsh environment in the 9 Heavens snow region. No one would associate the 2 places together. Now that they were in a comfortable environment, Qin Fun could finally calm down and think about some things. He suddenly realized that the environment in the 9 Heavens snow region was very similar to the extreme frost city in the Divine Great Land. When Qin Fun went to the Divine Great Land to find Su Ruoro and the other women, he found out that the 3 women went to Poison Sun City. He searched through dozens of secret realms in Poison Sun City and finally subdued the purple dusk immortal fire in the legendary land of Heavenly Fire, which was now known as the Purple Flame. Then he fell into the extreme frost city and took away a 1,000-year-old ice crystal, which he named Suffocation. The environment in the 9 Heavens snow region was very similar to the snow source of extreme Frost City. This reminded Qin Fun of the relationship between Poison Sun City and the Purple Cloud Valley Secret Realm. Previously, when he found the second violet flame in the Violet Cloud Valley Secret Domain, he knew that Poison Sun City had returned to the Divine Continent after the plane fusion 5 years ago. Could Extreme Ice City have also merged with the Nine Heavens Snow Domain? If things were as Qin Fin guessed, there were many things that he didn't understand. Extreme Frost City and Poison Sun City were originally in the Divine Great Land. Why did one go to the North Sand Continent and the other appear in the West Sea Continent after merging with the Divine World? Seeing that Qin Fin didn't respond after a long time, Hong Chunwu asked, "Senior Qin, is there something wrong?" Qin Fin came to his senses. He felt like he was in Mount Lu, but didn't know the true face of Mount Lu. So, he explained the problem to Hong Chunwu. Maybe an outsider could see more clearly. "Miss Hong, why do you think the two realms were originally in the same place? Why are they separated by 2 continents after changing planes?" Hong Chunwu didn't know the details of the matter, so she was confused. "Senior Qin, I don't quite understand what you mean. One secret realm is in the North Sand Continent, and the other is in the West Sea Continent. They were originally on the same land, so why are they separated by such a long distance?" Qin Fin said after pondering for a while. Hong Chunwu's big eyes that were not covered by the veil turned around. She suddenly said, "Maybe the distance between the 2 secret realms is not far." Qin Fin shook his head. "How can it not be far? The distance between the North Sand Continent and the West Sea Continent is millions of miles." Hong Chunwu didn't agree with him. She shook her head and said, "Senior Qin, you might have been restricted by common sense. Who says that the North Sand Continent and the West Sea Continent are millions of miles apart? There might be a secret passage that no one knows about." Chapter 2070. A secret passage that no one knew about. Qin Fin had a sudden realization, and the fog in his mind dissipated. If he hadn't been to Poison Sun City and Extreme Ice City, he definitely wouldn't believe that there was a secret passage between the North Sand Continent and the West Sea Continent. If there really was a secret passage, it would have been discovered by the cultivators of the 2 continents. However, when Qin Fin was at Poison Sun City in the Divine Continent, he had personally experienced falling into Extreme Ice City. Now, Poison Sun City and Extreme Ice City were in the Purple Cloud Valley of the North Sand Continent and Snowfield City of the West Sea Continent, respectively. One could see that there really was a secret passage between the 2 continents. "Senior Qin, am I thinking too much?" Seeing that Qin Fin didn't respond, Hong Chunwu looked a bit awkward. Even she had guessed that there was a secret passage between the North Sand Continent and the West Sea Continent. However, thinking about it, Hong Chunwu felt that it was very funny. Maybe you're right. This world is full of limitless possibilities. Qin Fin encouraged her. Hong Chunwu immediately became happy. Although she wore a red veil that covered her face, her big eyes were curved into crescent moons and were very enchanting. Qin Fin was mesmerized, especially since he hadn't had sex with a woman in a while. Hong Chunwu's flawless figure under her red dress made him want to do it. Hong Chunwu noticed his burning gaze. She shyly lowered her head and said in a small voice, "Senior Qin, what should we do next?" Qin Fin was shocked and immediately retracted his invasive gaze. He felt very awkward. At the same time, he put away his messy thoughts. Whether or not there was a secret passage between the West Sea Continent and the North Sand Continent wasn't something he should think about now. His main goal in the 9th level of the snow region was to find the Ice Heart Flame. This place should be outside of the 9 Heavens snow region. However, since we're here, let's continue upstream. Maybe we can find some high-level spirit herbs. If we can't find anything at the source of the river, then we'll think of a way to leave and return to the 9th level of the snow region to continue searching for the Ice Heart Flame. What do you think, Miss Hong? Qin Fin told her his plan. Hong Chunwu nodded and agreed. All right, I'll listen to Senior Qin. The two of them flew in the river valley for another day. This river was really long. They traveled for 2 days and still couldn't find the source. However, the two of them had gained quite a lot along the way. The further they went, the better the environment of the river became. The foot of the mountain on both sides was full of spirit herbs, and they could even try their luck to find 1 or 2 formed spirit crystals in the crevices of the mountain rocks. As for the ice spirit bugs, there had always been them, and their numbers were increasing. However, with the hunting pincers on Chin Fun's shoulders, the ice spirit insects didn't dare to approach. "Senior Chin, there's someone up ahead." Hong Chen Wu suddenly grew wary. Chin Fun had discovered the situation earlier than her. At this moment, he had already released his divine sense. When his divine sense swept over the old man not far away, Chin Fun's expression changed drastically. "Not good. It's the deputy sect master of the Three Purities formation, Sui Shan." "Ah, then let's hurry up and run," Hong Chen Wu said anxiously. Chin Fun had killed a few disciples of the Three Purities formation in the Nine Heavens snow domain, so he could be said to have formed a life and death feud with the Three Purities formation. However, he quickly calmed down. At that time, all the disciples of the Three Purities formation were killed, so there was no way for the news to spread. Even if Sui Shan's cultivation was extremely high, it was impossible for him to predict this kind of thing. After thinking through the key problem, Chin Fun quickly calmed down. Not only did he not run away, but he also walked towards Sui Shan. Chin Fun immediately discovered a few important things. First, this river had many ice spirit insects. With the hunting pincers, he could ignore the existence of the ice spirit insects, but Sui Shan clearly couldn't. Secondly, Chin Fun discovered that Sui Shan was actually only at the cauldron-filling realm late stage. There was still a huge gap between him and the true form, realm mighty figure that he had imagined. However, on second thought, the Three Purities formation was only a 7-star sect, so it naturally couldn't compare to 8-star sects and families. Moreover, Sui Shan mainly cultivated formations, so his attainments in cultivation were only considered average. "Senior Chin, what are you doing?" Hong Chen Wu looked at Chin Fun, who turned around with a puzzled expression. "Miss Hong, there's only Sui Shan nearby. He's probably trapped by the ice spirit insects. Let's go and see the situation." After a few breaths, Chin Fun arrived in front of Time Sui Shan. Time Sui Shan was sitting cross-legged at the foot of a mountain. Around him was a rank 6 defense formation. Countless ice spirit insects floated around the edge of the formation like a circle of burning flames. From the aura of the formation, Sui Shan had been trapped here for a few hours. He had been repairing the broken formation with a serious expression. Where did you come from?" Sui Shan suddenly saw Chin Fong and revealed an expression of disbelief. Before Chin Fong could reply, he immediately yelled, "Young hero, help me lure these flying insects away. After I'm out of danger, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Chin Fun sneered inside. This Sui Shan had no good intentions. He was planning to sacrifice others to save his own life. Chin Fun had the hunting pincers, so he wasn't afraid of the ice spirit insects. If it was any other cultivator, they would be swallowed by the ice spirit insects. "Sui Shan, why are you alone?" Chin Fun ignored him and asked. Sui Shan was shocked and looked at Chin Fun again. "You know me? Who are you?" "Who I am isn't important. I just want to ask, what did you guys find in this river?" Chin Fun went straight to the point. Sui Shan was even more shocked. He didn't expect a cultivator to dare to come in. Actually, before Sui Shan and them entered the secret formation, they didn't know where the secret realm led to, but after coming in, they knew this was level 9 snow region. Even a cauldron-filling state, late-stage cultivator like Sui Shan couldn't handle the extreme cold in the 9th layer of the snow region. What was worse wasn't the harsh environment, but the countless ice spirit bugs in the underground river. Not long ago, Wang Lu Zhongming's group was attacked by ice spirit bugs and scattered, which was why Sui Shan ended up in this situation. He could see that Qin Fen was only body condensation state level 4 and had a woman with lower cultivation. These two dared to come into level 9 snow region and didn't die. Why didn't the ice spirit insects attack you? Do you have a way to deal with them? Tell me, and I promise I'll give you many treasures in return. Sui Shan quickly noticed something was wrong. Qin Fen obviously wouldn't believe him. He sneered. I'm asking you again. What treasures did you guys find after coming to this river? Sui Shan felt very sullen. He was the vice sect leader of the 7-star formation sect, the 3 clear formation. His status was extremely high in Shuiyu City. Even Vice City, Lord Wang, Lu Zhongming had to give him some face. Now he was being questioned by a body condensation state at Chapter 2071. Little brat, do you know who I am? I am the vice sect leader of the 7-star array formation sect, the 3 purities array formation. If you listen to me obediently, I can consider letting you join the 3 purities array formation and focus on training you. But if you don't listen, don't blame me for being rude to you after I leave. Sui Shan had used up his patience and wanted to use his identity to suppress Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng said indifferently, since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. After I kill you, I'll continue to search upstream. Sui Shan stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. What did you say? Do you think an ant like you can kill this old man? Don't think I'm easy to bully just because I'm trapped here. I can kill you in the blink of an eye. Plus, I've set up a level 6 defense formation. Even if you attack, you can't break it. When she found out that Qin Fen wanted to attack Tai Mountain, even Hong Qinwu was shocked. Although she knew that Qin Fen had killed Gao Tianxiang and Gao Mingxi, she and Feng Shu hadn't been there at the time, so they hadn't been able to witness Qin Fen's power. Who said, I wanted to break the formation? Qin Fen had an indifferent attitude, as if the grade 6 defense formation before him was nothing to him. Sui Shan didn't know where Qin Feng's confidence came from, but he could see that Qin Feng's calmness wasn't fake. This made him feel uneasy. Since you can't break the formation, then scram. Otherwise, when I run out of patience, you and that little brat won't leave alive. Sui Shan roared to hide his uneasiness. Qin Feng smiled. The two of us won't leave. Not only will we not leave, but we'll continue to search upstream. If you really want to attack, then hurry up. Don't be so wishy-washy like a girl. Sui Shan. As the vice sect leader of the 3 clear formation sect, the only 7-star formation sect in Snowfield City, this was the first time Sui Shan had heard someone say that he looked like a woman. If these words were heard by others, they would be shocked by Qin Feng's audacity and arrogance. Qin Feng was indeed daring, but he wasn't arrogant at all. He was very clear about Time Mountain's current situation. If it wasn't for the protection of the rank 6 defensive formation, this old man would have died a few hundred times. Sui Shan was completely trapped in his own 6th level defensive formation. He couldn't get out, nor could he leave. He could only watch helplessly as the ice spirit insects crawled all over the formation and wait for others to come to his rescue. An Ant Junior who doesn't know his place. Do you really think this old man can't kill you? Sui Shan was furious. Qin Feng was unmoved. He said indifferently, Then I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't make your move, I'll make my move. Sui Shan had never been so sullen in his entire life. He could tell that Qin Feng was only at body condensation level 4. Normally, he could kill a bunch of ants like this with one palm. But now that he was trapped by the ice spirit bugs, he had to focus all his energy on defending against them. He didn't have the energy to fight Qin Feng. This old man doesn't have time to deal with a grandson like you. If we meet again in the future, killing you 100 times wouldn't be a problem. Sui Shan's eyes were filled with resentment. Qin Feng sneered, Do you think you have a chance to get out? Since you don't dare to make a move, then I won't be polite. With that, Qin Feng circled around Sui Shan as if he was observing something. Sui Shan didn't understand, but he calmed down. In his eyes, Qin Feng was just a body condensation level 4 ant. So what if he really did make a move? He couldn't even break the defensive formation he set up after a while. Sui Shan's mind wasn't on Qin Feng attacking him. He was curious why the ice spirit bugs didn't attack Qin Feng. Whoosh! Just as Sui Shan was confused, Qin Feng suddenly jumped into the air and the formation flags in his hand scattered down. They connected to form a white circle of light. Suishiyama was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the level 6 formation in a daze, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even see what formation it was and what it did. You can set up a level 6 formation? Who are you? Sui Shan was shocked. Before Qin Feng could answer, his expression changed. He understood the effect of Qin Feng's formation. It changed the structure of the level 6 formation he set up and made it break on its own. At this moment, Sui Shan felt like he was struck by lightning. As a level 6 formation master, he knew more about the profoundness of formations than anyone else. Especially at level 6, it would form its own formation system. In other words, different formation masters, even if they set up the same formation, there would be countless formation structures. Qin Feng just walked around him a few times and saw through the level 6 formation he set up. Qin Feng forcefully changed the structure of the formation and made it break on its own. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the formation broke, tens of thousands of ice spirit bugs rushed in. Sui Shan was still in shock from Qin Feng breaking the formation. When he came back to his senses, his body was already frozen into an ice sculpture. There was a slight cracking sound. In the next moment, Sui Shan's body cracked bit by bit. In the end, the cracks were like spider webs, and he turned into glass shards. A formation master cauldron, Akiana Almighty, died just like that. It was hard for Hong Chenwu to accept it, even though she saw it with her own eyes. Looks like even a cauldron Akiana Almighty can't resist the ice spirit bug's attack. I wonder if Wang Lu Zhongming and the other ultimate gods can survive? Qin Feng was also shocked by the scene in front of him and murmured to himself. A few seconds later, Sui Shan's broken body fell into the river and was washed away by the water. The water temperature was obviously above 0. The ice melted and disappeared at the end of the river. Let's keep going. Qin Feng came back to his senses and had already forgotten about Sui Shan. The two of them continued to fly upstream and finally reached the end of the river half an hour later. Senior Qin, this underground river seems to be the end. Hong Chen Wu sounded a little excited. Qin Feng stopped his flying sword and landed on the ground. He had already scanned the area with his divine senses. There was a huge water source 200 meters in front of him. Above the water source was a layer of ice suspended in the air. The ice layer was so high that even Qin Feng's divine senses could not penetrate it. The water in the underground river was formed by the melted ice. The melted water droplets were not to be underestimated. After they gathered together, they fell like a raging waterfall and set off layers of waves. Senior Qin, where does the ice layer lead to? Hong Chanwu also tried to scan with her divine senses, but could not penetrate the space above the ice layer. My divine senses can't penetrate it either, but I guess it's very likely to be the harsh environment of Nine Heavens Snow Region. Qin Feng said. Chapter 2072. Hong Chenwu was shocked. The harsh environment of Nine Heavens Snow Region? Didn't we already leave Nine Heavens Snow Region? Qin Feng was also thinking about this question, but he had a new idea. Perhaps he and Hong Chenwu didn't leave Nine Heavens Snow Region, but fell into a river at the bottom of the snow region. There was a high possibility that there was an unusual fire hidden in this river, which made the environment under the river as warm as spring. The unusual fire's energy was limited, so it could only change the climate of the river, but it couldn't affect the entire Nine Heavens Snow Region. This was why there was a spectacular scene in front of them. There was a layer of floating ice at the water source of the river. The ice kept melting, and new water vapor condensed into ice. Qin Feng told Hong Chen Wu his idea, and she suddenly realized that Qin Fun's idea made sense. No matter what the truth is, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go into the cave first. I guess the unusual fire is in there. Qin Fun said, looking at the cave entrance above the water source. In fact, he had another guess that he didn't tell her. Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others had most likely entered the cave. However, regardless of whether this guess was correct or not, Qin Fun had to enter the cave to find out what was going on. As long as he entered, Hong Chen-Wu would definitely follow. Therefore, it was better not to tell Hong Chen-Wu about this guess, so she wouldn't worry. The moment the two of them entered the cave on their flying swords, they immediately felt waves of coldness approaching. The bone-chilling cold was very familiar to both of them. It was similar to the harsh climate of Nine Heavens Snow Region. However, what they saw was not the snowstorm of Nine Heavens Snow Region, but countless ice spirit insects flying towards them. Hong Chen was already screaming in fear. She had seen with her own eyes how these little things devoured the late-stage, cauldron-filling realm Senior Mountain. In the end, the old man's body disappeared along with the ice. Hong Chen-Wu wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to die so cruelly. There was no woman who didn't want to be beautiful. This saying was also applicable in the Divine Continent, where cultivation was the main focus. Hong Chen-Wu thought that even if she died, she would at least leave her corpse intact. However, her worries were completely unnecessary. When tens of thousands of ice spirit insects swarmed over, the hunting pincer had already rushed out. At first, the hunting pincer was surrounded, so it was difficult to notice his existence. He was even worried that it would be devoured by the ice spirit insects. However, after a few seconds, a strange sound came from the swarm of spirit insects. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the sound. It was the unique chewing sound of the hunting turtles. Quang, quang, quang. Many ice spirit insects had been scared away, and the figure of the hunting turtle gradually appeared. It hovered in the midst of the swarm of spirit insects with its mouth wide open. It was as if a vacuum cleaner was hidden in its mouth as it devoured the spirit insects around it in a frenzy. These powerful insects that could instantly freeze a cauldron-filling state mighty figure had now become helpless little bugs that didn't even have a chance to escape. Time after time, time after time. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the hunting turtle had already swallowed tens of thousands of ice spirit worms. It finally flew back to Qin Fun's shoulder. Its skin gradually turned from purplish black to pure black, and the faint white halo in its belly became brighter. "Oh no, master! The hunting turtles are evolving again," Little Pig said anxiously. Originally, the evolution of the hunting turtles was a good thing, but at this critical juncture, it became a bad thing. This was because the hunting turtles had to sleep every time it evolved, and it was uncertain how long it would sleep for. If it suddenly fell asleep now, Qin Fun and Hong Chen-Wu would soon be frozen to death by the ice spirit insects. My brother hunting turtles, don't fall asleep now. Hold on until we leave Nine Heavens Snow Region. Qin Fun was so anxious that he called brother hunting turtles. The hunting turtles understood his words, and its body shook a few times as if it was trying to wake up. After the tens of thousands of ice spirit insects entered its stomach, the hunting turtles didn't feel good. It was so cold that it was shivering, and it looked like it wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. Qin Fun didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately pulled Hong Chen-Wu deeper into the cave. This cave was rich in spirit energy, and there were many spirit crystals on the stone walls. The ground on both sides of the tunnel was filled with spirit herbs and spirit flowers. It was dazzling to look at. "Senior Qin, we seem to have found a treasure trove." Hong Chen-Wu shouted excitedly. She suddenly felt that the danger they encountered was worth it. Qin Fun, however, wasn't so excited. There was still a hint of seriousness between his brows. He caught some true essence fluctuations in the dense spirit energy, and each true essence was extremely powerful. Their cultivation was at least at the cauldron-filling state, or even higher. Qin Fen immediately realized that this was the true essence aura left behind by Lu Zhongming and the others. It was obvious that the group of peak revered cultivators from Snowfield City had come here. However, Qin Fen couldn't understand why they didn't take away the spirit crystals and spirit herbs in the cave. If those cultivators were too arrogant and couldn't see the spirit stones in the cracks of the walls and a large number of level 5 and level 6 spirit herbs growing on the ground, Qin Fen could understand. However, he quickly realized that this wasn't the case. There were many traces of fighting on the stone wall in front of them. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place in this cave. Qin Fen also guessed that the battle was not between revered cultivators, because the winner of the battle would definitely take away the resources. It was obvious that Lu Zhongming and the others were attacked by the ice spirit bugs, and then they fought back. As for the final result, Qin Fen couldn't be sure. In a short while, Hong Chenwu had collected over 100 spirit crystals. She was very excited, but when she looked up, she saw Qin Fen standing there in a daze. She immediately asked, Senior Qin, why aren't you collecting spirit crystals? There are many level 5 and level 6 spirit herbs here. They can all be sold for a lot of spirit stones. Qin Fen came back to his senses. He looked deeper into the cave and said, These cultivation resources outside the cave are nothing. Let's keep going. Qin Fen knew that the cave was full of danger. He didn't want to take Hong Chenwu with him, but he had no choice but to bring her along. There were ice spirit bugs in the cave and the river. If Hong Chenwu wasn't by his side, she would soon be frozen to death. The two of them didn't know how long they walked, but a white light appeared in the narrow tunnel in front of them. Qin Fen was pleasantly surprised. He knew that they had reached the end. At the end of the cave was a huge cave abode. There were countless small caves in the cave abode. When the two of them walked into the cave abode, they were immediately shocked by the abundant spirit qi. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Senior Qin, the spirit qi here is so dense. The air seems to be condensing into spirit stones at any moment, Hong Chenwu said in disbelief. It was also Qin Fen's first time seeing such a dense spirit qi, holy land. Even the South Flat Continent and his astral world couldn't compare. He immediately realized that there was a spirit vein hidden under this cave abode. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered that there was a river under the cave abode. Could the river be the spirit vein? Chapter 2073. Qin Fen didn't believe that the river was a spirit vein, because he and Hong Chenwu didn't notice that the spirit energy in the river was so rich. But now wasn't the time to think about this. After Qin Fen entered the cave, he used his divine sense to capture some powerful true essence auras, which were the same as what he had found in the tunnel. Is that Brother Zhou? Come inside the cave. There are many treasures here. We can split them evenly. A true essence voice came from the depths of the cave, as if it was speaking to Qin Fen and Hong Chenwu's ears. Wang Lu Zhongming. Don't count on that trash Sui Shan. He's only at the cauldron filling realm. He can't resist the attack of the ice spirit bug. I think he's already dead in the river. But there are two strange true essence auras at the entrance of the cave, and they aren't very strong. How did they get in? The two juniors at the entrance. I am Xiao Wanshi, the sect master of the Heaven Cultivation Sect, an 8-star sect in Shuayu City. This is a cave dwelling in an ancient relic, and there are many treasures inside. As long as the two of you come in and help me, I will let each of you choose 10 items, and I will also allow you to join the Heaven Cultivation Sect. In the entire West Sea continent, an 8-star force was the top, and it was the dream of all young cultivators. But Qin Fen and Hong Chenwu didn't move. Senior Qin, those powerful cultivators are really inside. We can't believe their nonsense, Hong Chenwu said quickly. Naturally, Qin Fen wouldn't let his guard down. Right now, he was thinking about a question. Since Wang Lu Zhongming and the others had discovered his and Red Chenwu's existence, with their powerful skills, why didn't they just come out and kill him and Red Chenwu? Why did they have to throw out bait? After thinking about it, Qin Fin felt that there was only one possibility. Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others were in trouble like Sui Shan, and it was very likely that they were trapped by the ice spirit bug. But with their cultivation, how could they be trapped by the ice spirit bug? Senior Qin. Hong Chenwu saw that Qin Fin didn't respond, so she called him again. Qin Fin came back to his senses. Miss Hong, since we've found this cave, I want to go in and have a look. Hong Chenwu's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and it was clear that she wasn't too willing to enter the depths of the cave. However, in the end, she still nodded and followed Qin Fin in. Qin Fin had no other choice. If he didn't bring Hong Chenwu along, this woman would be frozen to death by the ice spirit bugs. However, if he let Qin Fin leave just like that, it wouldn't be his style at all. Qin Fin didn't dare to neglect the group of old monsters in the cavern. He took out all of the true artifact, grade defensive armors in his storage ring and shared them equally with Red Dust Dance. Then he set up a dozen or so different spell formations before bringing Red Dust Dance into the cavern. The deeper they went into the cave, the denser the spirit chi became. The walls and the top of the cave were covered with spirit crystals. The densely packed scene was amazing. The spirit crystals had their own light, illuminating the dark cave like twinkling stars in the night sky. However, these spirit crystals were not enough to attract Qin Fin and Hong Chenwu's attention. The cavern was filled with all sorts of spirit herbs and spirit plants, and there were also many treasure chests lying quietly in the corner. Almost all of the chests were open, and inside were true artifacts and medicinal pills. There were even a few ancient secret manuals. Senior Qin, what is this place? Hong Chenwu was shocked by the treasures on the ground. Even a rich cultivator like Qin Fin couldn't stay calm. He used his divine sense to scan the cavern. The lowest level of weapons and armor in the cavern was a low-grade true artifact grade, and the medicinal pills were all king grade. There were even a few medicinal pills that Qin Fin couldn't recognize. This is probably the cultivation, holy land of a powerful senior, Qin Fin guessed. Hong Chenwu said in disbelief, which powerful senior has so many cultivation resources? Has that powerful senior died? Why didn't he take these treasures with him? Qin Fin couldn't answer Hong Chenwu's question, but that wasn't important anymore. It didn't matter if that powerful senior died or left. He was definitely not in this cavern. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed outsiders to enter. Senior Qin, let's quickly put away the treasures and leave this place, Hong Chenwu said. Qin Fin shook his head. The treasures here are indeed precious, but Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others didn't take them away. This means that there are even more precious things in the cavern. Let's hurry and take a look. Qin Fin completely calmed down after a brief shock. In fact, although the cultivation resources in the small cavern were rich, they were all things that he already had. Whether it was the true artifact armor, king grade pills, or level 6 and 7 spirit herbs, they weren't enough to make him go crazy. This time, Qin Fin didn't stay in the other small caverns. He hurried to the place with the most spirit chi. Even though he saw many treasures along the way, he didn't really look at them. Hong Chenwu followed behind him, but she wasn't as calm as Qin Fin. She looked left and right along the way, almost drooling. Juniors, I am Xia Wanshi of the Heaven Cultivation Sect. Help me kill Wang, Lu Zhongming. Young hero, don't listen to Xia Wanshi, that old bastard. He's sinister and cunning. After you save him, he'll kill you. Haha. These two ants are only at the body condensation stage. Don't count on them. Just fight to the death with your own strength. When Qin Fin stepped into a spacious cavern, he saw Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others. The spirit chi in this cavern was extremely dense, and the ceiling was suspended in the air. The exposed area was obviously man-made. When Qin Fin saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. He wondered how powerful the person who broke through the ceiling of this cavern was. After taking a quick look at the environment of the cavern, Qin Fin immediately focused his attention on Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others. When he came in, he was still wondering why these peak-level revered martial artists of Snowfield City would be trapped in the depths of the cavern. Now he suddenly realized that they were fighting over treasures. After seeing the cultivation resources in the cavern, Fin could completely understand how these peak-level revered martial artists felt. Compared to the treasures here, the treasures in the 10 or so small caverns outside were nothing to him. There was a peak-grade true weapon, a Tier 9 king pill, a Tier 9 spirit grass, a spirit essence pond filled with spirit crystals, a faint blue flame trapped on a stone platform, and a small pile of strange stones thrown in a corner. Qin Feng's gaze immediately fell on the blue flame and the strange pile of rocks. He knew that the flame was undoubtedly a heavenly flame, but he couldn't tell what kind of flame it was. As for the strange pile of rocks, it was actually a pile of immortal stones. "Master, that's the Ice Heart Flame, and it's a level 4 Ice Heart Flame." Little Pig suddenly shouted excitedly. "Heavenly Fire level 9, Earthly Fire level 8. Fin used 3 fire spirit lotuses and tens of thousands of fire spirit crystals to raise the heavenly fire spirit sunflower to level 2, forming a 2-petal sunflower. He didn't expect that the heavenly fire ice heart flame in this underground river had already risen to level 4. "Are you sure it's the ice heart flame?" Fin immediately realized another problem. Ever since he and Hong Chun Wu fell into the underground river, they realized that the weather under the river was as warm as spring. There was no trace of the harsh weather in Nine Heaven's snow realm. This made Fin think that he had left Nine Heaven's snow realm. He even thought that there was a Yang fire attribute, heavenly fire, hidden in the underground river. However, he never expected that the flame here was actually the Yin fire ice heart flame. "Master, the Yin fire attribute, heavenly fire, has a special characteristic. It's cold on the outside and hot on the inside," Little Pig explained. Fin didn't understand. If it's cold on the outside and hot on the inside, then the underground river should be cold. Why is it warm? "I thought so too, but the ice heart flame in front of us is already a level 4 heavenly fire. We can't look at it like a normal heavenly fire." Little Pig said, "Rumor has it that a level 4 heavenly fire can change the weather. A level 7 heavenly fire can dominate an entire province. A level 9 heavenly fire can dominate an entire world. A level 9 heavenly fire can dominate an entire province. A level 9 heavenly fire can dominate an entire world. A level 9 heavenly fire can dominate an entire world. Top grade heavenly fire, one world, as same sky." Fin repeated Little Pig's words in his mind. He understood the meaning of those words. If the heavenly fire reached level 9, once it appeared, the sky of all 4 continents of the divine supreme continent would become the same color. How spectacular would that scene be? Fin understood why the underground river was warm. The ice heart flame in front of him had risen to level 4, and when it appeared, the weather had changed. The ice heart flame's influence covered a wide area. It covered the entire Snow Realm city, causing the city to be in a world of ice and snow all year round. Its so-called hot on the inside and cold on the outside extended to the entire underground river, while the cold on the outside was Snow Realm City. "Why aren't you two saying anything? Are you all mute?" Xia Wanshur waited for a while and didn't get a response, so he was a little dissatisfied. Wang Lu Zhongming immediately said, "Young hero, did you see that? Xia Wanshur's fox tail has been exposed. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, you'll be swallowed whole." Fin could see that the forces in this cave abode were divided into 3 factions. One faction was led by Wang Lu Zhongming, and they were all above cauldron filling state. The other faction was led by Xia Wanshur, and they were also very powerful. There was an old man who formed his own faction. Fin couldn't see through his realm at all. "Brat, this isn't a place you should be. Take advantage of the fact that you still have a chance to live and quickly leave with your people," said the old man who had formed his own faction. Xia Wanshur laughed. "What's wrong with the number 1 itinerant cultivator of Snow Realm City senior silent spirit. Is he afraid of the addition of 2 body condensation state cultivators? Qin Fun was shocked when Silent Spirit's identity was revealed. This inconspicuous old man was actually the #1 itinerant cultivator of Snow Realm City. This showed that his cultivation was at least above Wang Luzhongming's. Didn't that mean that he had reached the true form realm? Facing such a group of top cultivators, Qin Fun felt even more pressured. He even regretted coming here. Although the cultivation resources in this open-air cave were as plentiful as the clouds and there were many rare treasures, what was the point of leaving this place alive? Chapter 2074. But Qin Feng soon calmed down. He realized that these powerful cultivators seemed to be restrained by something and couldn't spare any extra energy. Otherwise, he and Hong Chen would have been killed already. Or rather, if these people could still attack, why would they tempt him to attack? How laughable would it be to let a body condensation state, cultivator, fight, disaster transformation state, or even truth realization state, cultivators? Young hero, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill Wang Lu Zhongming and the others. As long as they die, we can split the treasures in the cave abode. Xia Wanshi urged again. Qin Feng was even more certain of his guess. His originally panicked emotions gradually calmed down. He immediately looked towards the ice heart flame on the stone platform. This time, after careful observation, he found something fishy. There was actually a formation aura fluctuation around the stone platform. Moreover, the aura was ancient. It was definitely an ancient formation. Wait, Xie Wanshi and the others are at the base of the formation. They want to break the formation. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. When he found some clues, he followed the clues and found many problems. Although he couldn't see what kind of ancient formation it was, Qin Feng had a rough idea of its original form. This formation had 3 formation cores, which were exactly where Xie Wanshi's 3 teams were standing. Qin Feng guessed that they had originally planned to break the formation together and subdue the ice heart flame. However, for some reason, a fight broke out and now they became enemies. These people seem to be trapped. After another round of observation, Qin Feng made a new discovery. There was actually more than one ancient formation. There was also a trapping formation and a killing formation hidden within it, and they had already been activated. It was obvious that Xie Wanshi and the others had accidentally triggered them. They were currently trapped in the trapping formation, and the killing formation would be triggered if they moved even the slightest bit. Qin Feng understood what these powerful cultivators were thinking. No wonder they asked him, a mere body condensation state cultivator, for help. At the same time, Qin Feng realized that he had made a mistake. He had thought that the ice heart flame here grew wild and rose to a level 4 heaven flame by itself. Now, it seemed that someone had trapped the ice heart flame and used the ice spirit worm to nurture this fire seed. This reminded Qin Feng of the various spirit insects in the 1,000 Insect Valley, the grade 9 soul nurturing formation on the 8th floor of the 13 palaces, and the terrifying black fog in the secret realm of the God-fallen island. Those places were controlled by almighties and used to feed some forces. Those were the real hierarchs of the divine continent. Even Xie Wanshi and the others paled in comparison. Miss Hong, go and collect the true weapons and pills in those treasure chests, Qin Feng suddenly said. The open-air cave residents quietened down in an instant. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Hong Chanwu asked in confusion, Senior Qin, this isn't it inappropriate? Nothing bad. This ancient cavern has a history of several thousand years, and the original owner of the cavern might have already ascended to the celestial realm. Anyone who sees the items here can have a share. Since Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the other seniors are not interested, we will just take everything away. Qin Feng looked serious. All the mighty figures. They had never said that they didn't want the treasures in the cave. Han Chanwu still didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to take the items in the cave residence. She was afraid that she would become a dead soul in the hands of those mighty hierarchs if she did anything. Don't be afraid. I have my reasons for asking you to do this. Qin Feng understood Hong Chen Wu's concerns. Hong Chen Wu didn't understand Qin Feng's thoughts, but she still chose to listen to Qin Feng. At least she knew Qin Feng wouldn't harm her. Young hero, what do you mean? Xia Wanshi was unhappy and his tone became cold. Ji Ling also said, Little girl, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Hong Chen Wu was stunned by the surging true essence aura of these two powerful beings. She stood blankly in front of a treasure chest, not daring to do anything. Qin Feng, on the other hand, strode over and placed the two high-grade true artifact armors and 2 bottles of king pills into his storage ring. Don't be afraid, Miss Hong. Those seniors are just joking. With their status and realm, they won't be interested in the resources in this cave residence. We can just take them. Seeing that Qin Feng really took away a few treasures, while Wang Lu Zhongming and the others didn't react, Hong Chen Wu felt like she was dreaming. See, the seniors won't stop us at all. Hurry up and put away the other treasures. Qin Feng patted Hong Chen Wu's shoulder and gave her an encouraging look. After Hong Chen Wu came back to her senses, she didn't have any more worries and started to crazily sweep away the resources in the open-air cave residence. Wang Lu Zhongming and the others' eyes were red. They wanted to kill Qin Feng and Hong Chen Wu. Unfortunately, they were all trapped by the ancient trap array, and any slight movement would trigger the killing array. They had already seen the killing array here. The injuries on their bodies were caused by the killing array, and a few relatively low-level mighty figures had almost died. In less than half an incense stick's time, Hong Chen Wu had swept away all the treasures in the open-air cave residence. She ran back to Qin Feng excitedly, looked at Wang Lu Zhongming and the others, and said, Senior Qin, why don't we share some of the resources with the seniors? Hong Chen Wu still felt that it was inappropriate. This was the divine continent where martial arts were respected. How could a junior eat alone in front of the seniors? Xia Wanshi and the others had an expectant look on their faces. It wasn't that they didn't want the treasures in the cave residence, but they were attracted by the ice heart flame as soon as they came in. Then, they discussed to break the formation together and subdue the ice heart flame first. Who would have thought that they would be trapped in the formation and could only look at the treasures in the cave residence without being able to take them away? No need, Miss Hong. They have high standards, and they won't be interested in anything in this cave residence, Qin Feng said. Everyone. I see. Then I'll hand over all the treasures to Senior Qin. Hong Chen Wu took out a storage ring. Qin Feng smiled and said, There's no hurry. You keep these things first. We'll talk about it when we get out. Hong Chen Wu's heart was warmed by Qin Feng's trust. She looked at the ice heart flame and said, Senior Qin, are we going to take that heavenly flame as well? Wang Lu Zhongming and the others' faces immediately fell to the ground. They could accept it if the king pills and spiritual herbs were taken away, but they would never give in to the ice heart flame. Qin Feng naturally knew what these people were thinking. Before they could explode, he said, We can't take that heavenly flame. Let's take the spirit stones over there first. Only then did Hong Chen Wu notice the pile of stones in the corner of the cave residence. These stones were very strange. Whether it was the material or the shape, it was the first time Hong Chen Wu had seen them. She didn't recognize that they were immortal stones. So she took the spiritual herbs first and ignored the real treasures. Qin Feng had been secretly observing the expressions of Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others when he mentioned that he wanted to take the celestial stones away. When he saw that they only showed a hint of dissatisfaction but had no intention of stopping him, Qin Feng guessed that they didn't recognize the pile of celestial stones. However, this was not strange at all. The immortal stone was a stone that appeared in the immortal world, and the divine supreme continent was only a cultivation plane. Even top-notch experts like Wang Lu Zhongming had never come into contact with an immortal stone in their entire lives. Luckily, before Qin Feng came to the West Sea continent, he found the Immortal Stone Formation in the Purple Cloud Mountain Range in the North Sand continent and learned about the existence of immortal stones. Otherwise, he would have thought those strange stones were spiritual stones or spiritual crystals. Wow, Senior Qin, are these top-grade spiritual stones? The spiritual qi in them is so dense. When Hong Chanwu approached the pile of immortal stones, she immediately noticed something strange. Qin Feng's heart tightened. He was afraid that the secret of the immortal stones would be discovered by Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others. If they knew the truth, they would give up the ice heart flame to take the immortal stones. Don't talk so much. Quickly collect the spiritual stones, Qin Feng said quickly. Hong Chanwu replied with an "oh," and sped up her collecting speed. But before she finished, Silent Spirit suddenly frowned. "Huh, those aren't spiritual stones at all. Little girl, take a stone and show me." Hong Chanwu didn't think too much and was about to throw an immortal stone to Silent Spirit. Qin Feng was shocked and quickly stopped her. "Miss Hong, don't mind them. Collect the spiritual stones first." Hong Chanwu's heart tightened. She already realized that this pile of spiritual stones wasn't ordinary. Although she was worried about Silent Spirit and the others' powerful cultivation, she still listened to Qin Feng and quickly collected the rest of the spiritual stones. Silent Spirit immediately became angry. "Brat, don't push your luck. You've already taken all the resources in the cave mansion. Can't I just take one spiritual stone?" Qin Feng guessed that this old man had discovered something fishy. If he really touched the immortal stones, even if Silent Spirit didn't know they were mortal stones, he would still be attracted by the pure and dense immortal qi. At that time, he would be in big trouble. It's just a pile of spiritual stones. Why would Senior Silent Spirit be interested in them? Said Qin Feng. However, Silent Spirit wasn't that easy to deceive. This old man had lived for hundreds of years and was extremely shrewd. "Cut the crap. Quickly throw the stone to me. Otherwise, I'll make you spit out all the treasures you took." Hong Chanwu was anxious and looked at Qin Feng helplessly. It would be a lie to say that Qin Feng wasn't nervous facing the threat of an ultimate god who was very likely to step into the true form realm. However, he knew very well that he couldn't compromise now. Otherwise, he would really die. "Do whatever you want. Those items have already fallen into my hands. They're mine. Don't think that I'll yield to you just because your cultivation realm is high." Qin Feng's tone was extremely firm. Silent Spirit was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He was a dignified, true form, realm pinnacle mighty figure, but he was actually bullied by a body condensation realm weakling. If Snowfield City's cultivators heard about this, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. "Young hero, don't be afraid. Actually, we're all trapped by the array and can't do anything. I have no opinion on you taking the cave mansion's treasures. If you don't like that old man, you can kill him." Xia Wanshi seized the opportunity and said, Chapter 2075. Silent Spirit was furious and scolded. "Xia Wanshi, you idiot. Do you really think that kid will help you? He's definitely not a kind person. How can a mere body condensation, realm, cultivator find this cave abode safely? Use your brain and think about it." Silent Spirits. Words woke everyone up. Everyone was thinking about the treasures in the open-air cave abode and neglected how Qin Feng and Hong Chanwu came in. That's right. How did these two ants come in? The ice spirit worm outside is so terrifying that even Sui Shan of the Cauldron Realm died. How could they be alive? Could it be that both of them were hiding their cultivation? It's impossible for them to hide their cultivation level in front of a true form realm expert like me. "I suspect that kid has a way to deal with the ice spirit worm," Silent Spirit shouted coldly. Qin Feng and Hong Qin were shocked. No wonder the old man called Silent Spirit was in a team alone. It turned out that he had stepped into the true form realm. Qin Feng was only at the body condensation realm level 4. Even if he could kill a cauldron realm cultivator, He was absolutely defenseless in front of an ultimate god. Silent Spirit continued. Not only does this kid have a way to deal with the ice spirit worm, but he also found this ancient cave abode in 9th Snow Domain. He obviously came prepared. I believe everyone has heard of the legend about Snow Domain City. Thousands of years ago, Snow Domain City wasn't covered in ice and snow all year round. Rumor has it that an ice heart flame fell into Snow Domain City and caused a huge change in the weather. The ice heart flame is in front of you now, which proves the truth of the legend. There's also a story that few people know about. The ice heart flame was originally owned by the old demon king of the Black Demon clan. Hong Emo fought with Chu Fan, the number 1 person in Snow Domain City at that time, and eventually died in Snow Domain City. The ice heart flame then fell into Chu Fan's hands. Later, rumor has it that Chu Fan ascended from the West Ocean continent. Now that the ice heart flame has appeared in this cave abode, it must be the place where Chu Fan ascended. When Silent Spirit spoke up to hear, everyone revealed a shocked expression. No wonder there were so many treasures in this open-air cave abode. It was the place where Chu Fan ascended to immortality back then. However, Silent Spirit threw out even more shocking news. There's another rumor that Chu Fan succeeded in ascending to immortality back then because he had the help of the Immortal Stone. I suspect there are immortal stones hidden in this cave abode. Immortal Stone! The eyes of Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others immediately lit up. Being able to reach their current positions, how could they not have heard of the Celestial Stone? Although the Divine Supreme Continent was a cultivation continent, there were many rumors about the 8 great immortal herbs and immortal weapons. This vast continent did have items from the immortal world, so it was not surprising that there were immortal stones here. Only Qin Feng's expression was ice cold. He finally understood that Silent Spirit had said so much because he suspected that the stones he had asked Red Dust Dance to take away were immortal stones. There are celestial stones in this cave dwelling? Why didn't I notice? Xia Wanshi immediately released his divine sense. The divine sense was extremely powerful. Qin Fen tried to touch it and instantly felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Xia Wanshi wasn't the only one. When the others regained their senses, they also started searching the cave. They didn't even let go of a single corner. As for the ice heart flame, it had been temporarily thrown to the back of their minds. Compared to the immortal stone, the ice heart flame wasn't as important. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. Xia Wanshi's expression suddenly turned vigilant. He glared at Silent Spirit and yelled, "You made up a story to deceive everyone. What's your purpose?" The others also calmed down. If the secret of the immortal stone was true, Silent Spirit could have kept it a secret and taken the immortal stone for himself. Why did he have to say it? In fact, Silent Spirit had no other choice. If he wasn't trapped by the ancient trapping formation and the threat of the killing formation, why did he have to publicize the secret? Most importantly, he suspected that the immortal stone had been taken away by Red Dust Dance. If Qin Fen and Red Dust Dance turned around and left, what was the use of keeping the secret? Ignorant Junior, the immortal stone has been taken away by someone else. Of course you can't find it. Silent Spirit snorted. Xia Wanshi suppressed his anger and didn't refute. He asked, "Who took the immortal stone?" Silent Spirit looked at him with amusement and said, "There are only the few of us in the cave dwelling. Who else do you think it could be?" Xia Wanshi pondered for a moment. His gaze suddenly fell on Red Dust Dance. That hungry, wolf-like gaze made Red Dust Dance's hair stand on end. "You're saying that the strange stone that girl took away was the immortal stone?" Silent Spirit said seriously, "Those must be immortal stones. Otherwise, why wouldn't these 2 ants take one out for everyone to see?" More than a dozen powerful figures stared at Red Dust Dance at the same time. If it was an ordinary person, they would have knelt down in fear. Red Dust Dance hadn't reached that stage, but her body was shaking uncontrollably. This was a group of disaster transformation state or even truth realization state powerful figures. They could kill her with a raise of their hand. The atmosphere in the cave abode was murderous. Qin didn't expect things to develop to this point. He didn't have time to curse Silent Spirit at all. He was quickly thinking of countermeasures, but there was no good solution. Since Xia Wanshi and the others discovered the secret of the immortal stone, how could they let it go? Don't listen to that old bastard's nonsense. How can there be immortal stones in this cave abode? If there were, they would have been taken away by Senior Chu Fan. Why would they stay here? Plus, you saw the spirit stones that Lady Hong collected just now. They were piled up like a small mountain. If those were all immortal stones, do you think it's possible? Qin Fun's words made sense. The expressions of some powerful figures became uncertain. You'll know if they are immortal stones or not when you take them out, said Jijing. Qin Fun wished he could sew this old man's mouth shut. If you want to see, I'll give them to you. Lady Hong, give him a spirit stone. Qin Fun deliberately emphasized the word spirit stone. He believed that Red Dust Dance would understand what he meant. Red Dust Dance was smart. She took out a supreme grade spirit stone and threw it over. After Silent Spirit grabbed the stone, he didn't even look at it. He said angrily, "Little ant, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This is not the stone you just collected. It seems like you have a guilty conscience. I've already shown you the stone. If you still insist that there are immortal stones in the cave abode, then I have nothing to say. I'll take my leave first." Qin Fun originally wanted to put away the ice heart flame, but the current situation was clearly unrealistic. He pulled Red Dust Dance and was about to rush out of the cave abode. He planned to find a place to use the immortal stones first. Such a treasure was really a time bomb. Once it was discovered, it would attract a fatal disaster. However, just as he rushed to the entrance of the cave, a giant True Essence palm landed. The violent aura of the True Essence palm seemed to be able to destroy the world. The several true artifact armors on the two of them instantly shattered. Qin Fun was shocked. He immediately threw out several array flags and threw out all the level 6 defensive array formations that he had already set up. Chapter 2076. Rumble. Loud noises reverberated in the cave abode. The 3 level 6 defensive formations shattered instantly. The violent True Qi shockwave sent Qin Fun and Hong Wu flying. A violent explosion came from the space where Ji Ling was. It was probably the ancient killing formation being activated. The killing formation shot out sword Qi that was as dense as a net, injuring Ji Ling Puff. Ji Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped his attack. He shouted coldly, "I'm sure those 2 ants took the immortal stones. They're trying to run now. If you don't act now, just watch the immortal stones get taken away by those ants." All the mighty figures came to their senses and immediately locked their divine senses on Qin Fun and Hong Chenwu. "Kid, I advise you to hand over those stones. Otherwise, you're courting death." Xia Wanshi spoke first, as if he wasn't the one who asked Qin Fun to deal with Wang Lu Zhongming. Qin Fun wasn't surprised. This was the law of the jungle in the divine supreme continent. In the face of treasures and resources, everyone would turn hostile at any time. "Those stones are mine. I won't hand them over. You're all trapped by the ancient trapping and killing formations. It's easier said than done to kill me." Qin Fun was firm. Hong Chenwu finally understood. No wonder these mighty figures didn't act and even watched her take away all the treasures in the cave abode. They were trapped by the ancient grand formation. "Senior Qin, you go first. I'll cover you." Hong Chenwu suddenly acted bravely. Qin Fun pulled her behind him and said quickly, "Take the things and leave first. I'll meet up with you soon." Humph. 2 ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth want to escape from me. So what if I'm trapped by the ancient grand formation? It's just a matter of raising my hand to kill you. Xia Wanshir's eyes were gloomy. Qin Fen replied, save it. Even that old man Jiling can't do anything to me. Do you think your cultivation is higher than Jiling's? The corner of Xia Wanshir's mouth twitched. He couldn't refute. He slapped out in anger and yelled at the others. There are at least a few hundred immortal stones there. Let's work together and split the immortal stones evenly. Rumble. While his voice was still echoing in the cave abode, 2 loud bangs rang out. Qin Fen's level 6 defensive formation had been used up, so he could only grit his teeth and slash out. However, as soon as that gorgeous purple light appeared, it was swallowed up by the true essence giant hand. The giant hand fell to the ground, collapsing the cave entrance and creating a giant pit in the ground. This palm strike was incredibly ferocious, but Qin Fen knew that even if it only contained a tenth of Xia Wanshir's cultivation, Xia Wanshir was already severely injured, and he still had to divert some of his energy to resist the ancient killing formation's attack. If he had used his full strength, Qin Fen and Hongchen Wu would have died on the spot. Xia Wanshir immediately struck out with another palm as soon as the true essence hand was unleashed. The dense rain of swords fell down and collided with the floating true essence hand, producing dull sounds of impact. Puff! The gigantic hand shattered in the end, and thousands of sword chi landed on Xia Wanshir's body. Xia Wanshir fell to the ground, coughing up blood. This scene stunned Qin Fen and Hongchen Wu. Even if Xia Wanshir didn't reach truth realization state, he was at least disaster transformation state, tertiary stage, or peak. Yet he was heavily injured by the killing formation. One could see how high the level of the killing formation was. After the 2 experts were injured, the others didn't intend to stop. Wang Lu Zhongming led the attack, and the other almighties attacked at the same time. Rumble. The entire cave abode shook as if a deadly lightning tribulation had fallen. Countless true essence giant hands covered the sky, layer after layer above Qin Fen and Hongchen Wu's heads. They looked like dense, overlapping clouds. This was the first time Qin Fen had sensed such a strong and clear aura of death. Under the clouds formed by the true essence giant hands, he felt an inexplicable sense of despair. Hongchen Wu raised her head slightly and stared blankly at the spectacular scene in the sky. She felt like she was waiting for death. Lady Hong, be careful! Qin Fen suddenly woke up. At that moment, he felt like he could touch death if he stretched out his hand. He didn't have time to think. He immediately pulled Hongchen Wu and fled in the direction of the ice heart flame. There was an explosion behind them. The fierce true essence aura surged like a flame wave. The spirit armor on their bodies shattered layer by layer. In the end, their skin exploded and they vomited blood. After the violent explosion, the ice heart flame actually left the stone platform. It crashed into a sealed stone wall and disappeared. Qin Fen and Hongchen Wu also crashed into the space behind the stone wall. Where did those 2 ants go? Oh no, the killing formation is starting to counterattack. Let's work together to block this wave of attack. As for those 2 ants, they must still be in the cave abode. They can't escape. More than a dozen almighties worked together to resist the formation. Even so, they still fell to the ground with serious injuries. Fortunately, they managed to resist this wave of attack. After Wang Lu Zhongming adjusted his aura, he immediately used his divine sense to scan behind the broken stone wall. He frowned. There's something strange behind that stone wall. I can't scan it with my divine sense, Wang Lu Zhongming said. The other almighties also released their divine sense. They found that it was just as Wang Lu Zhongming said. There seemed to be something blocking their divine sense. They couldn't see what was happening in the depths. It should be an array that blocks divine sense. Since it can even block our divine sense, it must be an ancient array, Silent Spirit said. Everyone's heart sank. There were too many ancient arrays in this open-air cave abode. But this also confirmed Silent Spirit's guess. This must be the place where the number one person in Snowfield City, Chu Fan, ascended. From this, it could be seen that Chu Fan was very likely an array expert. The ancient array in this cave abode was set up by him. Unable to use their divine sense to check the situation behind the stone wall, Xiaowansher and the others could only worry. They were all seriously injured. It was impossible for them to break free from the ancient trapping array in a short time. They could only try to break the array after they recovered. "Miss Hong, are you okay?" In the depths of the stone wall, there was actually a small hidden cave abode. The area of the cave abode was less than 1/10 of the exposed sky cave abode, but the spirit chi inside was denser. Moreover, there were immortal stones all over the ground. It was unbelievable. The combined attack of Wang Lu Zhongming and the others could be said to be a devastating blow. Qin Fin didn't have a single intact skin on his body. Even his dantian and divine sense were severely injured. Fortunately, he barely survived. However, Hong Chun Wu was lying on the ground a few meters away, motionless. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. "Miss Hong, hurry up and wake up." Qin Fin crawled over with difficulty. When he felt that Hong Chen Wu's pulse was still beating, his worried heart finally relaxed. However, Hong Chen Wu's injuries were even more serious. Her entire dantian was crippled, and her divine sense was in a completely chaotic state. She had lost consciousness, using the medical standards of Earth. She was a vegetable, but these conditions could be cured by Qin Fin. As long as Hong Chen Wu wasn't dead, he would always have a way to wake her up. Qin Fin immediately took out some qi consolidating and healing pills and placed them in Hong Chen Wu's mouth. The pills melted in her mouth and flowed through her veins. After settling Hong Chen Wu down, Qin Fin also ate some healing pills. When the chaotic aura in his body calmed down a little, he opened his eyes and carefully observed his surroundings. This small cave abode was completely sealed. If it weren't for the explosion that had shattered the stone wall, no one would have been able to find this place. The other 3 stone walls were covered in spirit crystals, and there were also some beautiful crystals as decorations. In the southwest corner, there was a square table made of supreme grade spirit stones. There was an unfinished cup of spirit tea on the table. However, because it had been too long, the spirit tea had already solidified and turned purplish black. Qin Fin quickly realized that this was the place where Senior Chu Fan cultivated in seclusion in the past. The cave abode was rich in spirit energy, and people couldn't help but wonder if there was a spirit vein hidden underground. However, Qin Fin wasn't in the mood to look for that spirit vein. Although he had barely survived the powerful attack of Wang Lu Zhongming and the others, those old monsters were still outside the cave. The danger hadn't been eliminated yet. After so long, no one had come in. Qin Fin realized that those old monsters weren't in a good situation. They had most likely been severely injured by the killing formation and were currently recovering. He extended his divine sense, wanting to see what was going on, but he found that he couldn't sweep it out at all. "Master, the ice heart flame is in the small cave abode. Wait for Master to subdue the ice heart flame. Then think of a way to leave this place," Little Pig suggested. Qin Fin had long discovered that the ice heart flame had flown into this cave abode. At this moment, it was hanging motionlessly in a corner of the wall. Strange flames like this all had intelligence. Moreover, this ice heart flame had already risen to level 4. Its intelligence wasn't inferior to that of a human's. Whoosh! Qin Fin experimentally slashed out with his blade. A purple light flashed, and in the next second, it fell into the ball of fire of the ice heart flame. The flame instantly split into 2 halves, but in a breath's time, it merged back into one, as if nothing had happened. This slash seemed to have angered the ice heart flame. The flame instantly rose and burned the roof of the cave abode. However, this fire was incomparably cold. The air in the small cave abode immediately froze. The layer of ice quickly spread and finally covered the entire cave abode. When it touched the soles of Qin Fun's feet, it instantly froze him into an ice sculpture. Damn, you think I'm a vegetarian? Qin Fun had just been suppressed by Wang Lu Zhongming and the group of old monsters. Now, he was being suppressed by a strange flame of heaven and earth. His heart was filled with anger. He immediately activated the spirit sunflower sky flame. When the fire's intensity rose, he could clearly feel the ice heart flames panic. Little guy, you better retract the fire. We can coexist peacefully, Qin Fun said. The ice heart flame didn't believe him. Although it was only in the form of a ball of fire, Qin Fun seemed to see a vigilant face. Facing this level 4 heavenly flame, even with the spirit sunflower sky flame's protection, Qin Fun was gradually unable to endure it. Now he was most worried about Hong Chen-Wu, who was lying on the side. If this continued, Hong Chen-Wu would definitely freeze to death. I have no ill intentions towards you. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Qin Fun had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of subduing the ice heart flame. With his current cultivation and body's condition, forget subduing a level 4 heavenly flame. He would already thank the heavens and earth if he could survive. Chapter 2077. The ice heart flame flew toward the broken stone wall, planning to escape. However, although the stone wall was broken, there seemed to be an invisible shield around it. It couldn't fly out at all. Qin Fun quickly discovered the situation. There was actually a hidden ancient defensive formation on the stone wall. However, there seemed to be a crack on the formation, and it was rapidly repairing itself. It was very likely that the crack had been caused by the combined attack from Wang Lu Zhongming and the others. When Qin Fun discovered that there was an ancient defensive formation protecting the entrance of the hidden cave dwelling, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Currently, Wang Lu Zhongming and the others were trapped in the defensive formation outside and were all heavily injured. Moreover, there was also an ancient defensive formation outside the cave dwelling. Even if those old monsters were to find their way in, it would be a long time before they could do so. Since his life was saved, Qin Fun started to think of a way to get out of this situation. If he took Hong Chen-Wu and the celestial stones out now, it was definitely unrealistic. It was very likely that he would die instantly. He looked for other exits in the small cave abode. After a while, he realized that this small cave abode seemed to have only one entrance. Since I can't get out, I might as well just cultivate here. No matter what, these celestial stones can't be taken advantage of by those old monsters. Qin Fun gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. He didn't care about the ice heart flame anymore. Anyway, this level 4 heavenly fire couldn't escape. It seemed to realize that Qin Fun didn't have any dangerous aura. The ice heart flame quietly hid in a corner. The bone-chilling coldness in the small cave abode started to dissipate, and the ice layer quickly melted. Qin Fun was already in the zone. He didn't choose to cultivate under the Tree of Life in the astral world. Although cultivating under the Tree of Life could get twice the result with half the effort to prevent Wang Lu Zhongming and the others from suddenly breaking in, he still felt that staying in the small cave abode was safer. Wang Lu Zhongming and the others were a group of disaster transformation or even true form realm experts. If he used the system in front of them, who knew if they would find out that something was wrong? Although he didn't have the Tree of Life, Qin Fun put on the Life Celestial Armor. The Life Celestial Armor was made from the branches of the Tree of Life, so its effect was very strong. The spirit chi in the small cave abode was already very dense, but it clearly didn't meet Qin Fun's needs. He quickly set up a level 6 spirit gathering array and threw a dozen celestial stones into it to activate the array. Under the effect of the formation, the energy stored in the immortal stone was released, and this energy was transferred into Qin Fun's body through the power of the formation. When the immortal qi entered his body, Qin Fun's body trembled and he felt refreshed. He was absolutely sure that these were immortal stones. The energy they contained was extremely pure and powerful. It was not something the divine world's spiritual energy could compare to. Logically speaking, the higher the level of cultivation, the more obvious the bottleneck obstruction would be when breaking through. Under normal circumstances, one would need the assistance of medicinal pills to break through. Moreover, the pills required for a hollow spirit state cultivator to break through had already reached the level of a tier 6 tier 7 king pill. Qin Feng was currently a tier 6 tier 7 pill king, so it was a little difficult for him to concoct pills for a body condensation state cultivator to break through. However, with the help of the celestial stone, it was as if the bottleneck did not exist. In just a short 2 hours, Qin Feng's body emitted a loud sound and he stepped into body condensation, level 5. Even Qin Feng felt it was unbelievable that he could break through so quickly. However, after calming down and thinking about it, he realized that he had been at body condensation level 4 for a long time and had experienced many life and death battles. The reason why he couldn't break through was because of the bottleneck. After understanding the great use of the celestial stone, Qin Feng was overjoyed. He threw all caution to the wind and focused on cultivation. 3 days later, Qin Feng successfully stepped into body condensation level 6. 7 days later, he broke through to body condensation level 7. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he found that all the celestial stones on the ground had been absorbed by him and turned into a layer of stone powder. The spirit gathering formation had dimmed because it did not have a sufficient supply of spirit qi and had stopped working. The cave that was originally rich in spirit qi became a place where spirit qi was sparse. Qin Feng didn't dare to imagine how much spirit qi he had absorbed in the past month. He still remembered the scene when he first entered the cave and was shocked by the celestial stones scattered all over the ground. Master, congratulations! You've stepped into the cauldron-filling realm. Little Pig's excited voice sounded. Qin Feng immediately sensed the aura of his true essence. That aura was as steady as the calm sea, but as he urged it with his mind, it instantly surged like a raging wave. His primordial spirit had already condensed and transformed, forming the embryonic form of a nascent soul. Only now did Qin Feng deeply understand the power of a cauldron-filling realm cultivator. It was not something a body condensation realm cultivator could compare to. Senior Qin, you finished your closed-door cultivation. Hong Chan-Wu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He didn't know when this woman had woken up. Miss Hong, how do you feel? Qin Feng hurriedly asked her about her situation. Because he was too engrossed in his closed-door cultivation, he had forgotten about Hong Chan-Wu. My dantian has been destroyed. I can no longer cultivate in this life. Hong Chan-Wu was depressed. Even in the West Sea continent, she had never heard of the existence of a pill that could repair a dantian. Qin Feng had long since checked Hong Chan-Wu's physical condition. He knew that not only had her dantian been damaged, but her divine sense had also been severely damaged. However, Qin Feng didn't think much of it. After all, he had medicinal pills that could repair her dantian and divine sense. Miss Hong, try swallowing these 2 pills. Qin Feng took out 2 jade bottles. Hong Chan-Wu took the 2 pills with a puzzled look. She realized that she had never seen these 2 pills before. However, she was a knowledgeable cultivator, so she quickly realized that they were 2 king pills. Senior Qin, why are you giving me 2 king pills? My dantian has been destroyed, so I'm already an ordinary person. You should keep such precious pills for yourself. Hong Chan-Wu refused. Miss Hong, these 2 pills are the returning field pill and the perfuming consciousness pill. The returning field pill can repair a damaged dantian, while the perfuming consciousness pill can repair the divine sense. Hurry up and eat them, Qin Feng explained. Speaking of the returning field pill, he had refined it after entering the 9 Heavens snow domain and found a level 9 caterpillar fungus in the first layer of the snow domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to help Hong Chan-Wu. After learning about the effects of the two pills, Hong Chenwu was shocked. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief and said, "Senior Qin, you're not joking with me, right? Do you think I have the mood to joke with you at a time like this?" Qin Feng's expression was serious, but Hong Chenwu was still skeptical. It wasn't that she didn't trust Qin Feng, but she had never heard of a pill that could repair a Dantian and Divine Sense C. It probably didn't exist in the entire Divine Continent. Although she didn't have much hope, Hong Chenwu swallowed the two pills in the end. Previously, Qin Feng couldn't see through Hong Chenwu's cultivation level, but now that he had stepped into the first layer of the cauldron Akiana realm, he found that this young woman had already stepped into the first layer of the body condensation realm. It was obvious that she was also a cultivation genius. The pills melted in her mouth, and soon they began to take effect. Hong Chenwu's beautiful eyes shone with disbelief. Her Dantian was clearly destroyed, but she gradually felt the surging of true qi. 2 hours later, Hong Chenwu cried out in surprise, "Senior Qin, your pills are really effective. I can feel my Dantian regenerating quickly, and my Divine Sense C is also recovering." Qin Feng was very confident about the effects of the perfuming consciousness pill because he had taken it before, and the effect of repairing his Divine Sense C was outstanding. However, he was a little uncertain about the rejuvenating pellet. After all, this was his first time refining it. Now that he saw Hong Chenwu's Dantian regenerating, he was relieved. In just 3 days, Hong Chenwu's body had recovered by more than half. She was no longer able to cultivate, and the joy she felt was indescribable. Moreover, Qin Feng also discovered a great effect of the rejuvenating pellet. If a cultivator's Dantian was taken in a short period of time, the regenerated Dantian would retain the cultivator's previous cultivation level. The power of this pill was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. He couldn't help but think that once the rejuvenating pellet came to light, it would shake the entire Divine Continent. Hong Chenwu had already started using the immortal stones to cultivate. Qin Feng released his Divine Sense and found that he still couldn't see the situation outside the small cave dwelling. He learned from Hong Chenwu that he had been in seclusion for more than a month, but Wang Luzhongming and the others still hadn't found him. Qin Feng didn't believe that those people had left. Whether it was the immortal stones or the ice heart flame, they were precious treasures on the Divine Continent that could only be encountered by luck. To Jiling, if he obtained all the immortal stones in this cave, it was highly possible for him to ascend to the immortal realm in a few decades or 100 years. Since those people hadn't found him, it could only mean that they were still trapped in the open-air cave dwelling's ancient defensive formation. The defensive formation's power was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. It had actually trapped a group of disaster, transformation state, and true form cultivators for more than a month. Qin Feng knew that even if he had entered the Ekiana Cauldron realm, he couldn't break the small cave dwelling's entrance's defensive formation and leave. He might as well check inside the cave dwelling. Maybe he could find some ultimate treasures. A cowhide scroll on the supreme grade spirit stone table attracted him. When the scroll was opened, an ancient aura spread out. That aura was clearly from a long time ago, but it was still intact. It had an irresistible and powerful aura that shocked Qin Feng. Fortunately, it was just a ball of vital essence left on the cowhide scroll. It didn't have any offensive effect. Qin Feng felt like he had escaped from death, so he immediately raised his guard. There were 5 big words on the first page of the scroll. Great Tao Heaven Development Technique. There was a name on the second page, Chu Fan. Qin Feng immediately understood that this technique was probably written by Chu Fan, the number 1 person in Snowfield City. This cave dwelling was indeed the place where Chu Fan had secluded himself to prepare to ascend to immortality. Since there were still many immortal stones and treasures in the cave dwelling, and Chu Fan had disappeared, Qin Feng guessed that the Almighty Senior had most likely ascended to immortality and left. However, he couldn't understand where Chu Fan had gotten so many immortal stones from. The pages of the scroll turned automatically. The last few pages recorded the Great Tao Heaven Development Technique. Qin Feng only glanced at it briefly and guessed that this was at least a high-grade heaven-level technique. There were very few heaven-level techniques in the entire divine continent. If an ordinary person saw the Great Tao Heaven Development Technique, they would be extremely excited. However, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. After obtaining the fortune of heaven and earth technique, other techniques couldn't enter his eyes at all. Chapter 2078. After reading a few pages, Qin Feng lost interest in the great Tao of heaven and earth evolution technique. He was about to look for other treasures when he saw that the technique had reached the last page. The last page did not contain the technique's incantation, but a letter left behind by Chu Fan. The Kobe faction of the Eastfield continent is the biggest faction of the divine mainland. Their techniques are mysterious, and they are growing stronger day by day. According to my investigation, the Kobe faction has branches in all 4 continents, but not all of them are called the Kobe faction. These branches are also very powerful. They are among the top forces in all the continents. They are carrying out a secret operation, trying to seal off the boundary and stop outsiders from ascending to the immortal realm. When I found out about this secret, even I was shocked. No one would believe me if I told them. However, from the changes in the North Sand continent, I can see that sealing off the boundary is not just a guess. Moreover, the West Sea continent has been experiencing a lack of spiritual qi in recent years. There has not been anyone ascending to the immortal realm for hundreds of years. I came across the immortal stone array in an ancient ruin and obtained the immortal stone in the array. I tried to ascend to the immortal realm here. Now that I have succeeded, I have left this technique and secret behind, hoping that someone can expose the evil of the Eastfield continent and solve the predicament of the divine mainland. At the end of the letter, it was written by Chu Fan. When he finished reading the letter, Qin Feng felt complicated. Before he came to the West Sea continent, he had found the immortal stone array in the Purple Cloud Mountains. At that time, he did not know the function of the array, but now he knew that it was a sealing array. According to Chu Fan, there was more than one immortal stone array. Every continent had one immortal stone array to seal off the boundary and stop cultivators from ascending to the immortal realm. Although Qin Feng was still miles away from the fairy realm, and the secret operation of the Kobe faction did not affect him, this kind of shameless behavior still angered Qin Feng. This had caused many seniors who had been searching for the fairy realm to be unable to complete the fairy realm wish in their entire lives. However, Qin Feng quickly realized that he was wrong. In Chu Fan's letter, the immortal stone array had stopped ascending to the immortal realm, mainly because of the lack of spiritual qi. This meant that the North Sand continent had become a cultivation wasteland because of the immortal stone array in the Purple Cloud Mountains. Speaking of the Kobe Gate, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall what Gao Tianxiang, the elder of the Gao family in Snowfield City, had said when he killed him. At that time, Gao Tianxiang had mistakenly thought that Qin Feng was from the Eastfield continent's Kobe sect and said that the Kobe sect had a system inheritance. Chu Fan's letter also mentioned that the Kobe Gate had a mysterious inheritance, but he didn't specify what it was. Qin Feng was curious about the Kobe sect. He faintly felt that the Kobe sect was inextricably linked to the system. He even had a bolder guess. Perhaps his mother was in the Kobe sect. However, this was only a guess. Ever since Qin Feng's Thousand Shadow sect on the Divine Continent had completely lost track of his mother, Qingying, he hadn't been able to find any new leads. Rumble. Just as Qin Feng was deep in thought, a loud sound came from the entrance of the calligraphy residence. Although the formation at the entrance was not broken, the violent movement caused the entire calligraphy residence to shake violently. It felt like an earthquake. However, Qin Feng knew that this was definitely not an earthquake. Someone was attacking the formation at the entrance of the calligraphy residence. It seemed like Wang Luzhongming and the others had broken the ancient defense formation outside. Qin Feng didn't have the mood to think about anything else. At this time, Hong Chenwu was also awakened by the violent shaking of the mountain. "Senior Qin, what's going on?" "It's Wang Luzhongming and the other old monsters who broke free," Qin Feng said as he looked at Hong Chenwu. "Ah, what should we do?" Hong Chenwu's expression changed. The formation at the entrance of the calligraphy residence is also an ancient defense formation. I think it will take those old guys some time to break it, even if they work together. You continue to cultivate. I'll look for other exits in the cave. If there really is no way out, then we'll use the flying cloud all to kill our way out. Hong Chenwu didn't have the mood to cultivate anymore. He anxiously followed behind Qin Feng to find a way out. However, after 3 days, he still hadn't found anything. At this time, Hong Chenwu's emotions gradually calmed down. He realized that although the calligraphy residence was shaking, the formation at the entrance of the calligraphy residence was still difficult to break. "Senior Qin, is that really the ice heart flame?" After Hong Chenwu calmed down, she focused her attention on the ice heart flame that was hiding in a corner. She came to the 9 Heavens snow domain to find the ice heart flame. The ice heart flame was intelligent. It seemed to have noticed Hong Chenwu's attention. The flame suddenly rose, and the temperature in the calligraphy residence plummeted. Some of the walls were already covered in ice. Hong Chenwu couldn't help but shiver. She thought to herself that the power of the ice heart flame was truly ferocious. Qin Feng immediately activated the heavenly spirit sunflower flames. But even so, he and Hong Chenwu were still shivering from the cold. "This is the Heaven Fire Ice Heart Flame, and it's a level 4 Ice Heart Flame." Qin Feng kept waving his hands. No one knew what he was doing. Hong Chenwu's eyes were filled with shock, then disappointment. She knew that the Ice Heart Flame was ranked 20th on the Divine Continent. It was already very powerful, and the Ice Heart Flame in front of her had reached level 4. Trying to tame it was a fool's dream. At that moment, Qin Feng waved his hand, and countless formation flags fell to the ground. Hong Chenwu asked in confusion, "Senior Qin, what are you doing?" Qin Feng set up the formation and said, "This is a level 6 fire gathering formation. I'm trying to tame this level 4 Ice Heart Flame." Hong Chenwu thought she had heard wrong. A level 4 Ice Heart Flame was not that easy to tame. If she was not careful, she would lose her life. Although Hong Chenwu really wanted to get the Ice Heart Flame to cure her father's illness, she didn't want to see Qin Feng risk his life. "Senior Qin, please stop. We should think of a way to leave this place." Hong Chenwu realized another dangerous situation. There were still a group of disaster, transformation state, and true form state almighties guarding outside. Even if Qin Feng tamed the Ice Heart Flame, it would still fall into their hands. However, Qin Feng didn't stop. He kept an eye on the formation at the cave entrance. Judging from the aura of the ancient defense formation, it would take at least half a month to break. When all the array flags in the sky fell to the ground, a huge array disk slowly rose up. Qin Feng immediately threw 2 true artifact armors into the array disk, then said to Hong Chenwu, "Miss Hong, throw in 5 of the immortal stones you collected." Using immortal stones to operate a level 6 formation was probably something only Qin Feng could do in the entire Divine Continent. Hong Chenwu didn't think too much about it. She followed Qin Feng's orders completely. After tossing in the 5 immortal stones, she also tossed in one of her true artifacts. She realized that Qin Feng's intention in setting up this fire-gathering formation was to deal with the Ice Heart Flame. The immortal stones only provided the spirit source to operate the fire-gathering formation. However, this kind of formation also needed a fire tribute spirit source to attack. Qin Feng had used all the fire spirit crystals he had on the flying cloud and the 3 true artifacts. The reason why he threw in the true artifact armor was to break down the fire spirit crystals. Seeing Hong Chanwu's actions, Qin Fin knew that this exceptionally intelligent woman had already understood his intentions. The moment the 3 Enigma Fire True Treasure Armors and the 5 Immortal Stones were thrown into the formation disk, a series of violent explosions rang out. The 3 True Treasure Armors instantly shattered and melted, but they were ignited into a ball of scorching flames. When the flame rose, the temperature in the residence rose rapidly. Some of the ice on the top of the wall began to melt and eventually turned into water droplets. The ice heart flame, which was hiding in the corner of the wall, showed a panicked emotion. The blue flame rose again and had already reached the top of the wall. However, the effect of the flame went against the viscosity, and the area it burned instantly froze. Lil Bing, I advise you to pledge allegiance to me. I will not mistreat you. When the level 6 fire gathering formation was completed, Qin Feng rushed out. There was no wind in the residence, but the flame on the ice heart flame danced wildly. It seemed to be expressing its resistance and anger. However, Qin Feng did not back down. When his figure arrived, he struck out with his palm. A ball of blue flame in the shape of a 2-petal sunflower flew out and collided with the ice heart flame. Rumble! The cave immediately exploded. The violent movement was even more intense than when Wang Lu Zhongming and the others attacked the formation at the entrance of the cave. The scene when the 2 balls of fire collided was beautiful beyond compare. The spirit sunflower was instantly frozen. The flame slowly burned in a layer of ice. The layer of ice kept melting, but a new layer of ice covered it. Hong Chenwu was shocked by this magnificent scene that was only seen once in 1,000 years. She found that the more she interacted with Qin Feng, the more she couldn't see through him. Qin Feng was young, had a high realm, could concoct pills, set up formations, and had a heavenly, unusual flame. There was no other genius cultivator like him in the entire West Sea continent. Moreover, Hong Chenwu found that after entering this residence, she couldn't see through Qin Feng's realm at all. This meant that in the month she was unconscious, Qin Feng broke through again, and it was very likely that it wasn't as simple as breaking through to the level 1 harmonious realm. Compared to the level 4 ice heart flame, the spirit sunflower that only broke through to level 2 was quickly at a disadvantage. The flame in the layer of ice gradually dimmed. After 4 hours, it even showed signs of extinguishing. Not good, Master. If we don't withdraw the spirit sunflower sky fire, it's very likely that it will be devoured by the ice heart flame, Shou Pig shouted anxiously. Qin Feng was here to subdue the ice heart flame. If in the end the ice heart flame devoured his sky fire, then it would really be the biggest joke in the world. But now, it was difficult to withdraw the spirit sunflower. The spirit sunflower was wrapped in a hard and thick layer of ice. It even lost connection with Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately took out his ruler and slashed down. A bright purple light flashed and disappeared. A loud sound exploded on the stone wall. The ice heart flame's flame was cut in half, but it quickly fused back together. Qin Feng didn't stop there. With a twist of his wrist, he instantly unleashed more than 10 attacks. This time, he used the Equal Heaven faction's high-level sword technique, 1,000 Thread Slash. The sword chi was as dense as silk, and it enveloped the ice heart flame. Remember the website, Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 2079. The power of 1,000 Thread Slash was not great. It did not have the power of Qin Feng's full power slash. However, the advantage of this martial skill was that it could disperse the attack and expand the area of attack several times. What Qin Fen needed to do now was to restrain the power of the ice heart flame and reduce the pressure on the spirit sunflower sky flame to prevent it from being swallowed. When the dense sword energy enveloped it, the ice heart flame panicked. The raging fire was cut into countless pieces by the sword energy. It was like scattered sparks that could be extinguished by a gust of wind. However, each small flame had a tenacious life force. They were like a lonely boat in the waves of a storm. No matter how they swayed, they could not be extinguished. Not only did the ice heart flame not extinguish, but the scattered flames actually exploded with a powerful force. Immediately, the surrounding air froze. The sword energy was also frozen, forming whirlpool-shaped ice crystals. When hundreds of whirlpool-shaped ice crystals froze in the air, it formed a magnificent scene. Senior Qin, this ice heart flame is too powerful. If you can't take it, then stop. Hong Qinwu was shocked. Qin Fen knew the terror of the ice heart flame better than she did. He even wanted to retreat. However, even if he wanted to retreat now, it was too late. Let alone the fact that the spirit sunflower sky flame was still sealed in a thick layer of ice and could be swallowed at any time. The ice heart flame was already enraged by these attacks. It actually took the initiative to counterattack. Several scattered flames fell like rain. Although they were not fast, they carried endless killing intent and coldness. Qin Fen could not help but shiver. He did not dare to wait for the flames to get close. He immediately slashed out several times. The sword energy crisscrossed and cut the scattered flames into even smaller fragments. However, it could not stop them from advancing. Master, the sky flame is immortal. Unless its consciousness is swallowed, your attack is useless, Little Pig said anxiously. Qin Fen also realized this problem. Even if he cut the remaining ice heart flame into 100 or 1,000 pieces, he would not be able to extinguish the power of the fire. However, if he wanted to swallow the ice heart flame's consciousness, it would not be that easy. This was because the ice heart flame had already realized Qin Fen's intentions. It actually hid its consciousness, so Qin Fen could not sense it at all. Rumble. Seeing that the sky full of fire rain was about to fall, Qin Feng waved his hand and dozens of array flags landed on the ground. The fire spirit array suddenly burst into flames. The flames were as thick as a person's waist. With the imposing manner of a dragon emerging from the sea, it instantly blocked the ice heart flame in midair. When the two flames collided, another loud explosion rang out. The entire cave shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone stop! At the same time, Silent Spirit suddenly shouted loudly, and everyone that was attacking the formation outside the cave stopped their attacks. Lu Zhongming asked, Senior Silent Spirit, what happened? There's movement inside, Silent Spirit said with a raised eyebrow. Xia Wancher's tone was weird. Since we are attacking the array core with such great force, there will naturally be some movement inside. It would be strange if there was no movement inside. Silent Spirit didn't care about his sarcasm and said with a dignified expression, We have already stopped attacking, but the movements inside are getting more and more violent. It seems that the two ants have encountered a situation inside. I absolutely don't believe that they are fighting because of resource allocation. It seems that it is very likely that the two ants are subduing the ice heart flame. Silent Spirit's analysis was clear and logical. His words immediately made everyone furious. They were the first to discover this ancient cave dwelling, but in the end, they didn't get any treasures. It was all taken advantage of by Qin Feng and Hong Qinwu. Now, the two of them wanted to take the ice heart flame. They didn't put them in their eyes at all. Those two ants don't know life from death. If it wasn't for the ancient trap formation, I would have slapped them to death long ago, Xia Wancher said angrily. The rest of the people cursed as well. Liashongming quickly calmed down and urged. Everyone continued to attack. The aura of this formation is starting to weaken. According to my estimation, we can break it in less than 10 days. He had already taken the lead, and the others immediately followed. In their opinion, as long as they broke the formation, the immortal stones and the ice heart flame would be theirs. Qin Feng and the ice heart flame had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Both sides had consumed a large amount of stamina and essence qi, but no one was willing to give up first. The pitiful spirit sunflower heaven fire was frozen for 3 days. Fortunately, it hadn't been devoured yet. Qin Feng's body already couldn't take it, but he wasn't nervous because the fire spirit formation's aura was still strong under the energy of the immortal stones. It could completely help him resist for 10 days to half a month. This was enough to show that Qin Feng had chosen to use the immortal stones to set up the formation. This stalemate lasted for another 3 days. Qin Feng finally felt the ice heart flame's aura slowly weaken. As its fire weakened, the hidden divine sense also gradually appeared and was finally captured by Qin Feng. The moment he caught the ice heart flame's divine sense aura, Qin Feng immediately used the soul returning technique. This was the first time he used a divine sense attack after breaking through to the cauldron-filling realm. When he urged it, his sea of divine sense was like a raging sea. That fierce divine sense attack scared him. The silent attack had already been launched and instantly enveloped the ice heart flame's divine sense. Qin Feng could clearly feel the ice heart flame's fear and struggle. It was as if a hideous face appeared in front of him. "Don't even think of subduing me. Let me go." The ice heart flame could actually transmit sound. It was clear that its intelligence had reached great success. How could Qin Feng let go? The divine sense he released suddenly condensed into a tangible saber and slashed. "Little ice, I advise you to obediently surrender. I won't mistreat you if you follow me in the future." Turning divine sense into a saber, this had already reached the realm of small success of soul-returning technique. Even Qin Feng was shocked by the strength of his divine sense. He believed that even if he encountered a peak cauldron-filling state or even a disaster transformation state expert, he would be able to seriously injure the other party with a divine sense saber. The ice heart flame's divine sense was not very strong. It barely reached the level of an early stage cauldron-filling state cultivator. Under such a powerful divine sense saber attack, it could only resist for half an incense stick of time before its divine sense dissipated. Qin Feng immediately wrapped the ice heart flame with his divine sense to prevent it from escaping. Then he forcibly injected his own divine sense into it. Although the process was a bit slow, it still penetrated in bit by bit. After an hour, Qin Feng let out a long roar. With a flip of his hand, a blue flame slowly rose in his palm. "Senior Qin, you subdued the ice heart flame?" Hong Chen Wu couldn't believe it. The smile on Qin Feng's face suddenly froze. He felt a violent divine sense jump out of his sea of divine sense. The aura of that divine sense was very familiar. It was the spiritual consciousness of the ice heart flame. Qin Feng immediately understood that the ice heart flame's spiritual consciousness realized that it was going to be devoured, so hid a trace of divine sense in the fire seed. It wanted to perish together with him. However, it was too late for him to know this. That divine sense was incomparably ferocious and abrupt. By the time Qin Feng wanted to use his divine sense to suppress it, he already felt that his entire body was incomparably frozen. Hong Chanwu quickly discovered his abnormality and quickly asked, "Senior Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Feng wanted to open his mouth to speak, but his entire brain seemed to be frozen. His consciousness was quickly dissipating. "Ah, Senior Qin, why is your body frozen? Didn't you already subdue the ice heart flame?" Hong Chen, who couldn't understand the situation at all. She looked at Qin Feng, who was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, and anxiously stamped her feet. But Qin Feng didn't respond for a long time. His aura became weaker and weaker. Finally, he didn't even breathe. It was as if he was frozen to death. "Senior Qin, don't scare me. Hurry up and wake up." Hong Chanwu panicked. He tried to push Qin Feng into the fire spirit formation and burn him, but the layer of ice on his body still couldn't melt. Although the battle between Qin Feng and the ice heart flame was over, the small cave continued to shake. Hong Chenwu knew that it was the sound of Wang Lu Zhongming and the others breaking the formation outside. Now that there was a group of powerful beings outside the cave trying to kill their way in, and something had happened to Qin Feng, Hong Chun-Wu was very anxious. "Senior Qin, I've been rude." In a moment of desperation, Hong Chun-Wu undid the belt around her waist. Her long red dress slid to the ground, revealing her pure and clean body. She also took off the veil on her face, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Hong Chun-Wu walked into the fire spirit formation completely naked. She sat cross-legged in front of Qin Feng, but she didn't feel a trace of heat. Instead, she shivered because of the cold air coming from Qin Feng's body. She guessed that Qin Feng had been poisoned by ice poison. Normally, the heavenly fire of the Yin fire attribute contained this kind of poisonous gas. After being poisoned by ice poison, one could not rely on external forces to detoxify it, unless the poisoned person used inner qi or true qi to force the poison out. Now that Qin Feng was unconscious, it was obvious that he couldn't force the poison out on his own. In desperation, Hong Chun-Wu came up with a solution. Her mysterious demon clan had a secret method to detoxify ice poison. It was to use the method of dual cultivation between a man and a woman to draw the poison into the other person's body. Although she hadn't known Qin Feng for long, Hong Chun-Wu couldn't just watch him die in front of her. Moreover, Qin Feng was poisoned because he wanted to subdue the ice heart flame, and one of the reasons he had subdued the ice heart flame was to treat her father. As a pure and clean body, Hong Chun-Wu was still a little conflicted in her heart. But in just a moment, she gritted her teeth and hugged Qin Feng. When the layer of ice came into contact with her skin, a thin layer of ice began to form on her smooth skin. The layer of ice seemed to be spreading, and Hong Chun-Wu was so frightened that she immediately activated her vital qi to protect her body. Only then did she manage to stop the ice from spreading. However, Hong Chun-Wu didn't feel good at all. She felt as if she were in a world of ice and fire. The outside of her body was bone-piercing cold, but the vital qi in her body was like a scorching furnace. It was a feeling that drove her crazy. Chapter 2080. After some time, Qin Feng gradually regained consciousness. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was shocked by what he saw. He and Hong Chun were both completely naked, and they were even hugging each other. However, Hong Chun-Wu's body was covered in a layer of ice. She lay quietly in the ice with her eyes closed, like a frozen beauty. Qin Feng immediately thought of the divine sense hidden in the ice heart flame. He was almost frozen to death by that powerful divine sense. However, after searching his sea of consciousness, he could not find the existence of that divine sense. It could be seen that the ice heart flame had been completely subdued. "Miss Hong, wake up." Qin Feng called out Hong Chun-Wu's name, but it didn't work. He immediately activated the fire spirit formation and released the spirit sunflower sky fire. When the two fires merged, the temperature in the small cave instantly soared. The ice on Hong Chun-Wu's body began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Hong Chun-Wu opened her eyes. Her eyes were as clear as water, and when she blinked, they were like twinkling stars. Qin Feng was a little mesmerized by what he saw. Only now did he truly notice Hong Chun-Wu's appearance. This woman had been wearing a red veil to cover her face, but even so, her perfect figure and curves were enough to arouse a man's desire. Now that she was completely naked, it was impossible for Qin Feng not to have some thoughts about her. "Senior Qin, you're awake." Hong Chun-Wu was pleasantly surprised at first, but she quickly noticed Qin Feng's burning gaze. Her face flushed red, and she said, "I saw that Senior Qin had been poisoned by ice, so I came up with the idea of dual cultivation. Please don't blame me, Senior Qin." Hong Chun-Wu was very embarrassed. In reality, she had already done it with Qin Feng. It was just that Qin Feng had been unconscious the whole time, and she had been busy. Now that Qin Feng was awake, Hong Chun-Wu wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide. This was too embarrassing. It's not your fault. I should be thanking you." Qin Fin had already guessed what had happened when he was unconscious. Hong Chen Wu suddenly shivered. Qin Fin's expression changed, and he reached out to grab her wrist. "Ah, Senior Qin, what are you doing?" Hong Chen Wu said in shock. Qin Fin raised his eyebrows, and his expression became serious. He sent a sliver of true qi into Hong Chen Wu's veins and said, "Don't be nervous. There is a remnant of the ice heart flame's consciousness in your body. I have to force it out for you." Hong Chen Wu gradually calmed down. She guessed that this was most likely transmitted from Qin Feng's body to her body. She couldn't help but recall the crazy scene from before, and her face once again blushed. Qin Fen had forced that sliver of divine sense out of Hong Chen Wu's body under extreme torment. In the instant that divine sense was forced out of her body, he raised his hand and sent out a clump of spirit sunflower flame, instantly burning that sliver of divine sense to ashes. "Your body is fine." Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Hong Chen Wu nodded, but she didn't do anything else. How could Qin Fen know that Hong Chen Wu hadn't brought any change of clothes with her in her storage ring? As for her spirit armor and true artifact armor, they had all been burned away by the ice heart flame. Now, she could only sit in front of Qin Fen completely naked. "Miss Hong, do you still feel uncomfortable?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. Hong Chen Wu shook her head shyly. She was thinking about how to ask Qin Fen for some clothes to wear. The two of them couldn't figure out each other's thoughts, and Qin Fen couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. Based on the experience he had accumulated when he was a hedonistic young master on Earth, it was clear that Hong Chen Wu had taken a liking to him. Two little people immediately appeared in Qin Fen's mind, and they were arguing fiercely. He thought of a joke. Should he be a beast, or should he be worse than a beast? Ah, Senior Qin Yu. In the end, Qin Fen chose to be a beast. At least it was slightly better than being worse than a beast. When he pounced on Hong Chen Wu, the latter was startled. She only resisted a few times, but she slowly began to cater to him. Outside, a group of powerful cultivators was laboriously attacking the spell formation, while Qin Fen was enjoying the pleasure of a beauty in the small cave abode. If Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others saw this scene, they would probably die of anger on the spot. Several hours later, the fierce battle gradually came to a stop. Hong Chen Wu collapsed weakly in Qin Fen's arms. Only now did she realize that the feeling of one person messing around blindly and two people working together was completely different. "Senior Qin, oui. In the future, don't call me Senior Qin. Just call me Qin Fen. You don't need to worry about my father's illness anymore. When we safely leave here, I will accompany you to the Demon City," said Qin Fen. Hong Chen Wu's heart immediately surged with warmth, and she said in a small voice, "Qin Fen, I don't have any clothes to change into." Qin Fen was stunned and revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. Only now did he realize that he had misunderstood the problem. This was a forceful push. "Wait a moment. I will help you forge a piece of armor." Qin Fen took out many crafting materials and began to get busy. He planned to forge a true treasure armor for Hong Chen Wu on the spot, which could be considered as compensation to the lady. When she saw Qin Fen skillfully form hand seals and the materials on the ground quickly fuse together, finally forming the prototype of the armor, Hong Chen Wu was full of shock. So Qin Fen not only knew alchemy, but also crafting. A few months ago, Qin Fen had already become a low-grade, true treasure master, and had a 20% chance of forging a low-grade, true treasure. Now that he had broken through to the first level of the cauldron filling realm, he found that his crafting level had naturally increased by a lot. He had completely consolidated his low-grade, true treasure master level, and the chance of forging a low-grade true treasure was as high as 90%. While pleasantly surprised, Qin Fen immediately felt the comprehension of alchemy and found that his alchemy level had also increased. Unknowingly, he had become a level 7 Pill King. Miss Hong, put on this true artifact armor first. Qin Fen handed over the armor that he had refined. Hong Chan-woo's pretty face was red, and she immediately took the armor and put it on. Qin Fen also took out a new white robe and put it on. Hong Chan-woo had no clothes to wear before, so he was too embarrassed to wear them first. When he put on the clothes, Qin Fen's mind suddenly surged with a huge amount of information. He thought that the Ice Heart Flame's divine sense had not been completely cleared, and immediately wanted to use his true essence to force it out. But when that information appeared in his mind, Qin Fen found that it was actually a cultivation method. This wasn't the great Tao Heavens evolution technique that Senior Chu Fan had left behind. Instead, it was a cultivation method for heavenly fire. After Qin Feng skimmed through it, he discovered that it wasn't just a cultivation method for heavenly fire, it was also a cultivation method for Yin fire. And not long after Qin Fen obtained the Ice Heart Flame, this Heaven Fire secret manual appeared in his mind. He guessed that this cultivation method originally existed in the memory of the Ice Heart Flame's spiritual wisdom. This is the Frozen Ninth Heaven cultivation method, suitable for the cultivation of the Yin Fire attribute Heaven and Earth Strange Flames. Small success of the Heart Incantation, freezing 1,000 miles. Large success of the Heart Incantation, freezing the sky and splitting the earth. When Qin Fen flipped to the last chapter of the cultivation method, there was Duan Chu Fan's writing. Chapter 2081. Qin Fen immediately understood that Chu Fan had left the ice-sealed ninth heaven in the Ice Heart Flame's spiritual wisdom. Chu Fan had already subdued the Ice Heart Flame and cultivated it to level 4. He had purposely left the Ice Heart Flame in the cave abode, waiting for the fated person to take it. Chu Fan's motive was simple. He wanted the fated person to do something for him after receiving the benefits. He wanted the fated person to help him spread the secret of the Kobe Sect's sealing array to prevent cultivators from becoming immortals. Qin Fen had already subdued the Ice Heart Flame and was interested in the ice-sealed ninth heaven. He was the fated person that Chu Fan had been waiting for. However, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. The Kobe sect was one of the top sects in the Divine Continent. Currently, the most powerful person on the Divine Continent, King Void God, was the sect leader of the Kobe sect. Offending such a powerful person was no different from courting death. However, Qin Fen would feel bad if he didn't do something for Chu Fan after receiving so many treasures from him. I will definitely help you. However, my cultivation level is too low now. When I reach the true form realm one day, I will definitely spread the news. Then, I will go to the Kobe sect in the Eastfield continent, Qin Fen muttered to himself. After overcoming this mental hurdle, Qin Fen calmed his mind and started to study Frozen Ninth Heaven. According to what Chu Fan had written, this technique was extremely powerful. If one mastered it, they would be able to freeze 1,000 miles. If they mastered it, they would be able to freeze the heavens and split the earth. Qin Fen put on the life immortal armor, and a faint breath of life flowed through his veins. It made him feel refreshed, and his mind opened up. He then circulated the Creation Chapter's Heart Sutra, and his comprehension reached a new height. When he looked at the ice-sealed ninth heaven cultivation technique again, he immediately had some new enlightenment. Those words seemed to have a life of their own and were quickly digested by him. Rumble. A loud noise woke Qin Fen up from his cultivation. He didn't know that 10 days had passed in the outside world. During these 10 days, he had been practicing the ice-sealed ninth heaven without moving. He was completely immersed in the world of ice and fire. Haha, these 2 ants are in the small cave abode. Let's see where you can run to now. Arrogant laughter was heard. Qin Fen and Hong Chen-woo's expressions changed drastically. Xie Wanshi and the others had broken through the ancient formation at the entrance and rushed in. More than 10 people rushed in. The lowest cultivation level was at the late-stage cauldron-filling realm, and there was even a disaster transformation state like Xie Wanshi. Actually, Qin Fin had already thought about it. If Wang Lu Zhongming and the others broke through the formation and entered, he would immediately activate the soaring cloud all and kill his way out. However, when it really happened, he realized that the cave entrance was completely blocked by more than 10 almighty beings. There was no way he could escape. With their only exit blocked, Qin Fuan and Hong Qinwu were in a hopeless situation. Qin Fin didn't even feel the joy of mastering Ice Seals the ninth heaven to the small success level. Instead, he was trying to come up with a plan. Spirit Finyang and Fan Xian said, Fire in, heaven, heart, dragon in. To Spirit. Silent Spirit looked around the small cave house, and his expression changed slightly. The ice heart flame is gone. Was it subdued by that kid? Everyone thought of the ice heart flame. A dozen days ago, they saw it fall into this small cave abode. Now they couldn't find it. Qin Fin must have taken it. However, this was hard for them to accept. They found out that the ice heart flame had reached level 4. Even cauldron-filling realm cultivators might not be able to subdue such a powerful fire seed. Qin Fin was only body condensation state level 4, so how could he subdue it? At this moment, someone exclaimed, If I remember correctly, that ant was only body condensation state, middle stage. How did he become a cauldron-filling realm cultivator? More than 10 pairs of eyes immediately looked at Qin Feng, and they revealed expressions of shock. Compared to Qin Fin subduing the ice heart flame, the fact that he broke through from body condensation state middle stage to cauldron-filling realm level 1 in half a month was even harder to accept. This couldn't be described as lightning speed. This had never happened in West Sea continent. Celestial stone. It must be the effect of the celestial stone. Looks like Senior Silent Spirit was right. Those stones are really celestial stones. Someone was excited. Even big shots like Wang Lu Zhongming and Xie Wanshi couldn't stay calm. Their eyes shone with fanaticism. They wanted to rush up and snatch it. Aunt Junior, you actually used celestial stones to break through to the body condensation realm. What a waste. Celestial stones are used to ascend to the celestial realm. Silent Spirit's eyes were filled with rage. His heart ached for the celestial stones that Qin Feng used. Why are you still talking nonsense with this kid? Just kill him and take his storage ring. An elder of Snowfield City couldn't hold back his excitement. He flew out and slapped. A huge true essence hand print floated in the air and covered the entire cave abode. The others stood still and didn't have any intention of attacking. Although the elder was only cauldron-filling realm level 7, in everyone's opinion, it was enough to deal with an ant that had just reached cauldron-filling realm level 1. A loud explosion sounded and the cave abode shook violently. It felt like it was going to collapse at any time. The group of Almighties was dumbfounded. The one who was slapped away wasn't Qin Fin, but the elder in the late-stage cauldron-filling realm. The elder wasn't just slapped away. His body was blown to pieces. Even his nascent soul, which was fleeing in panic, was instantly destroyed. It had completely disappeared from the world. Junior brother North Ju is dead? How is that possible? Wang Lu Zhongming was dumbfounded. The other Almighties couldn't accept the fact that a junior who had just broken through to cauldron-filling realm had killed a senior in the late-stage cauldron-filling realm with one palm. It was really incredible. Even Qin Fin was shocked. He knew that after breaking through to cauldron-filling realm, his strength had skyrocketed. Even if he encountered an Almighty in the late-stage cauldron-filling realm, he would have the strength to fight. However, he never thought that he could kill an Almighty in the late-stage cauldron-filling realm with one palm. Soon, Qin Fin figured it out. It wasn't that his cultivation was so strong that he was invincible in the cauldron-filling realm. It was that Wang Lu Zhongming and the other Almighties had been seriously injured by the ancient killing array. In addition, they had been breaking the array for the past half a month, causing the true essence in their bodies to be severely depleted. They were no longer in their peak state. When he realized this, a white light flashed in front of Qin Fun's eyes. He grasped the hope of survival and struck out with his palm without saying anything. After stepping into the cauldron-filling realm, Qin Fin truly understood the meaning of true essence hand seals. Before, he could also create hand seals made of true essence, but that was completely imitating the power of a cauldron-filling realm. After breaking through to the cauldron-filling realm, the true essence hand seals seemed to solidify. With a wave of his hand, he could form a giant hand with rolling clouds and mist. In just a breath's time, the small cave abode was covered by Qin Fin's hand seals. The rolling, wild, true essence was like a thundercloud falling from the sky, pressing down on people's heads and making it hard for them to breathe. When he struck out with his attack, Qin Fin immediately grabbed Hong Qinwu, who was still in a daze. At the same time, he used his mind to control the flying cloud all. Behind him, there was a violent explosion, and the small cave abode was shaking. The cauldron-filling realm experts were suddenly in a mess. It was difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone kill Qin Fin, who was escaping. Qin Fin threw 2 immortal stones into the flying cloud all's energy tank and flew at full speed without looking back. The flying ship flew all the way out of the underground cave abode and rushed up the void above the water source. Swish! After half an hour, the flying cloud all rushed out of the sky and left the underground river. It was a world of ice and snow outside. It was the 9th level of the snow region. Qin Fin and Hong Qinwu suddenly realized that the underground river was actually a region in the 9 heavens snow region. It was only because the ice heart flame was cold on the outside and hot on the inside that it formed a warm and humid climate. Senior Qin, we came out alive. Hong Qinwu only came to her senses when she saw the vast expanse of white snow. However, the shock in her beautiful eyes did not fade. She could not believe that Qin Fin had just escaped from a group of disaster transformation and even true form experts. It's hard to say now. There are a few powerful divine senses following us. We won't be able to get rid of them in a short time. Qin Fin did not look relaxed. He frowned. Hong Qinwu immediately became worried. If Wang Lu Zhongming and the others caught up with them, the 2 of them would not be able to escape death. Senior Qin, the stones you asked me to collect were really immortal stones. Yes, I used those immortal stones to enter the cauldron-filling realm. Qin Fin did not hide anything. Hong Qinwu was shocked. She was even more shocked than when Qin Fin had escaped from the experts. Of course, she had heard of immortal stones, but it was said that they were stones from the immortal world. She did not expect them to appear in a cultivation plane like the divine supreme continent. Senior Qin, these immortal stones are all for you. Hong Qinwu immediately took out a storage ring after she came back to her senses. She had collected at least a few hundred immortal stones. Although she was a little tempted, she knew very well that without Qin Fin, she would have died in the underground river. How could she have obtained these immortal stones? Qin Fin did not stand on ceremony and took the storage ring. The immortal stones were too useful to him. If it had been other cultivation resources, he would have given them to Hong Qinwu. Miss Hong, I'll be keeping these immortal stones. After all, your current cultivation can completely rely on pills and spirit sources to raise your cultivation level. Using immortal stones is a waste. However, I'll still leave you 10 immortal stones. You'll definitely need them in the future. Qin Fin not only took out 10 immortal stones, but also gave her several bottles of elixirs, hundreds of spirit crystals, and a spirit marrow pond. Hong Qinwu did not open the jade bottle to check the elixirs on the spot. However, when she saw the spirit crystals and the spirit marrow pond, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Senior Qin, where did you get so many cultivation resources? This is the first time I have seen a young and rich cultivator like you. Hong Qinwu sighed. She was a member of the orthodox bloodline of the Black Demon Clan, one of the major forces in Demon City. Since she was young, she had abundant cultivation resources. However, compared to Qin Fin's wealth, it was nothing. Qin Fin did not explain too much. After all, it was not the time for that. After the exchange, Qin Fun's expression suddenly changed. He changed the direction of the flying cloud all and instantly flew a few thousand meters to the west. Chapter 2082. Rumble. Just as the soaring cloud all deviated from its original course, a loud explosion came from the direction it was heading. Hong Chen-Wu was still in shock after witnessing that scene. If it weren't for Qin Fun's timely reaction, the two of them would have been blown to pieces. Little Ant, I advise you to hand over the immortal stones. That way, you might still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you will have to wait for a moment. Wang Lu Zhongming's voice came. Behind the soaring cloud there were 3 more ships. All of them were semi-extreme rank cultivation weapons, which had already surpassed the soaring cloud all's level. If it weren't for Qin Fun's 3 immortal stones, they would have already been caught up. On the divine continent, supreme rank flying true artifacts were few and far between. Even a half-supreme rank flying true artifact was a rare treasure. Clearly, Wang Lu Zhongming's group possessed an abundance of cultivation resources. However, Qin Fun didn't want to rob their ships or even their storage rings. That was no different from seeking death. Even if the 3 of them were heavily injured in the trap formation and had used up a lot of Jinyuan, their realms were way higher than Qin Fun's. Even so, Qin Fun was no match for them. Even with the immortal stones, the soaring cloud all's level was not as high as the 3 semi-extreme rank cultivation weapons. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Qin Fun was very anxious, but he couldn't think of a good plan. Seeing that the other ships were about to catch up, he opened the cabin door and jumped out. Senior Qin, what are you doing? Hong Chen-Wu asked anxiously. I will cover you. You used the soaring cloud all to escape. Qin Fun's voice was still echoing in the cabin, but in the blink of an eye, the soaring cloud all had already flown thousands of meters away. When Hong Chen-Wu looked back, she couldn't see Qin Fun anymore. Once he left the soaring cloud all, he immediately flew in another direction. Wang Lu Zhongming's ships paused in the void for a moment. Then all of them chased after Qin Fun. The immortal stones must be with that kid. The ice heart flame was also subdued by him. Let's make a deal first. We will split the immortal stones evenly. As for the ice heart flame, it belongs to whoever takes it first. All right, it's settled then. Wang Lu Zhongming's group had already discussed how to split the loot. In their eyes, Qin Fun was already a dead man. Without the soaring cloud all, Qin Feng's speed slowed down even more. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he was surrounded by 3 flying ships. 3 figures leaped out and hovered above the flying ship. Their bodies emitted a powerful true essence aura that made Qin Feng uncomfortable. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Lu Zhongming spoke first. As the deputy city lord of Shuiyu City, Wang Lu Zhongming had an impression of any cultivator that had a bit of fame in Shuiyu City. Qin Feng had already stepped into the cauldron-filling state at such a young age. Even if it wasn't because of the immortal stone, he had already stepped into the body condensation intermediate stage. How could Wang Lu Zhongming not know this kind of genius cultivator? I'm just a rogue cultivator. There's no need for Deputy City, Lord Wang Lu to worry about me. You guys want immortal stones, right? Unfortunately, I've used up all the immortal stones in the cave. Otherwise, how could I have broken through to cauldron-filling realm in such a short time? Although Qin Feng wasn't sure, there was no point in worrying and being afraid at this point. The 3 were furious. Xia Wanshi roared. Ignorant ant, there are so many immortal stones in the cave. Even if you break through to cauldron-filling state, you won't be able to use them all. I advise you to obediently hand over all the immortal stones. Otherwise, after we kill you, those immortal stones will still fall into our hands. I've already said that I've used up all the immortal stones, but the ice heart flame is in my hands. Do you want to see? Qin Feng said and flipped his hand. An azure flame appeared in his palm. That flame carried a pure and clear aura, and it immediately attracted the three of them. However, in the moment when the three of them were stunned, Qin Feng secretly urged his true essence, and the ice heart flame instantly soared. With a leap, it flew into the void like a bright moon hanging in the sky. Not good. This kid cheated, as expected of the divine continent's 20th heaven flame. This ice heart flame is mine. Wang Liashangming and Xia Wanshi instinctively retreated, but they saw Silent Spirit flying towards the ice heart flame with greed in his eyes. Wang Liashangming and Xia Wanshi immediately regretted it. They knew that the ice heart flame might have fallen into Silent Spirit's hands. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from the void. The ice heart flame emitted a dazzling light, but the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The violent snowstorm seemed to freeze the sky. Silent Spirit's movements kept slowing down. When he was less than 5 meters away from the ice heart flame, the air around him was completely frozen, and he was also frozen. Wang Liashangming and Xia Wanshi were shocked. They had seen the ice heart flame in the open-air cave. They were sure that even if this heaven flame had risen to level 4, it wouldn't have such a powerful aura. The two of them looked at Qin Feng at the same time. Qin Feng was standing on a flying sword, his white robe flapping in the snowstorm. Only the air around him was not frozen, forming a huge chasm. That kid has a heaven flame secret manual? Wang Liashangming exclaimed. Xia Wanshi had already returned to his senses. His old eyes flickered with a fiery light, like a hungry wolf eyeing a delicious prey. This ant has so many treasures. As long as we capture him, we'll be rich. Xia Wanshi had already flown over, not caring about the sky full of frost. However, when he got close to Qin Feng, he realized that the freezing coldness was unbearable. Even his divine sense and dantian were gradually frozen. Deputy City, Lord Wang Liashangming, attack that ant from a distance. Don't get close to him. Xia Wanshi realized that he was in a predicament. The bone-chilling coldness seemed to be able to freeze everything. Even his domain was frozen. Wang Liashangming was about to catch up with Xia Wanshi. After hearing his words, he immediately stopped in the sky and slammed his palm. A huge palm print that covered the sky fell from the sky. Rumble. However, before his palm print landed, there was a loud explosion. Qin Feng struck out with his palm first. Violent Zhanyuan smashed onto Xia Wanshi and Jiling, causing the frozen space to explode. The layer of ice shattered, and ice shards shot out like sharp swords. The ferocious Zhenqi hidden within could probably kill Void God realm powerhouses in an instant. When Xia Wanshi and Jiling flew back, Wang Liashangming's palm print landed. Qin Feng was hit squarely. He coughed out several mouthfuls of blood in midair. He even felt that his dantian had been smashed. Kid, leave behind the ice heart flame and celestial stone, and I'll spare your life. Seeing Qin Feng heavily injured, Wang Liashangming was overjoyed. He immediately chased and wanted to take the ice heart flame for himself. Wang Liashangming, as the Deputy City, Lord of Snowfield City, are you going to do something about the heaven sealing formation that appeared in the West Ocean continent? Qin Feng suddenly changed the topic. Wang Liashangming paused in midair and couldn't help but think of the heaven sealing formation that appeared in Snowfield sacred ground. You know that heaven sealing formation? You have a way to break it? Chapter 2083. I was the one who set up that sky sealing array. It can seal a world and prevent cultivators from ascending to immortality. If you kill me, you can forget about ever stepping foot into the mortal world. Qin Feng had intentionally made up a story, saying that the sky-sealing spell formation that he had set up could seal a world and stop the fairy realm. However, he had never expected that the level 9 heavenly sealing spell which he had spent 10 million Hedonist points on, was actually a spell that could stop fairy realm cultivators. It was just that it wasn't as powerful as sealing a realm. Wang Lu Zhongming's expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His first reaction was that Qin Feng was lying, but after a moment he came to his senses. Almost all the cultivators in Shuiyu City knew about the sky-sealing great array that had appeared in the sky above the holy land of Shuiyu. However, no one knew that it was a formation that could stop flying immortals. Only a few of the top cultivators in Shuiyu City knew about it. Moreover, they had discussed it in the Brilliance Tower. Initially, everyone thought that the Great Sealing Formation was the handiwork of the Dead Sea's Ghost King, because when the formation changed, the ghost cultivator Tao Huegu of the Dead Sea's Nine Temple had appeared. However, they later analyzed and concluded that the Great Sealing Formation was not set up by the Dead Sea's Ghost King. It was a level 9 ancient formation. Even if the Dead Sea's Ghost King was powerful, he could not have set up such a formation. This sky-sealing array should have been in the holy grounds of Snow Domain for a long time, but it was unknown what caused the array to automatically activate. At that time, Sheng Zhongtian proposed a countermeasure, announcing to the public that this array was actually set up by the Snow Domain city governor, and its purpose was to deal with the Dead Sea Ghost King. In this way, not only could he temporarily calm the panic of the Shuiyu City cultivators, but he could also put pressure on the ghost cultivators of the Dead Sea. But now, Qin Feng had revealed the secret of the Great Sky Sealing Formation. This was beyond Wang Lu Zhongming's expectations. The Sky Sealing Formation in the Holy Land of Snow was really set up by you? How could you arrange such a powerful ancient formation? Wang Lu Zhongming asked immediately after he came back to his senses. Qin Feng didn't think that Wang Lu Zhongming would take the bait so easily. He even looked down on Wang Lu Zhongming's intelligence. If Wang Lu Zhongming could read his mind, he would definitely be angered to death. How I set up the formation isn't important. What's important is that I can undo that formation, Qin Feng said. Why do you think I should believe you? Wang Lu Zhongming's face was cold. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. However, with the current situation in Shuiyu City, you have no choice but to believe it. Qin Feng had really taken Wang Lu Zhongming by surprise. Wang Lu Zhongming, who was a top-notch expert in Snowfield City, cared about nothing more than the Ascension Realm. Now that he knew that no Ascension Realm cultivators could be found in Snowfield City, it was as if he had been sentenced to death. Then, how do you want to break the Sky Sealing Array? Wang Lu Zhongming asked. It's simple. Let me go first. Humph. Do you think that's possible? If I let you go, what if you never appear again? Wang Lu Zhongming sneered. I'll still say the same thing. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Right now, only I can break Snowfield City's sky sealing formation. You have no other choice. Qin Feng's attitude was firm. Wang Liashongming was so angry that he rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about the Great Sealing Formation, he would have killed Qin Feng with a single palm strike. All right, if you leave behind the Ice Heart Flame and the Immortal Stone, I can spare your life. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Why would I give such good cultivation resources to you? Qin Feng looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Ayaya, little ant, don't push your luck. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Wang Lu Zhongming was furious. Qin Feng said confidently, Of course you can kill me. After you kill me, you can take away my Immortal Stone and the Ice Heart Flame. However, so what if you get those treasures? After I die, Snowfield City will become a cultivation wasteland. From then on, you won't be able to ascend to immortality. Unless you go to another continent, your cultivation will never improve. To a cultivator, if their cultivation could no longer improve, what was the point of cultivating? Wang Lu Zhongming's mood became incomparably heavy. The joy he felt when he found the Ice Heart Flame and the Immortal Stone disappeared. You must prove to me that you can really break the Sky Sealing Formation. Otherwise, Today will be the day you die. Wang Lu Zhongming's body emitted a genuine killing intent. It seemed that this old man's patience had run out. He was getting serious. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He immediately took out an array flag and threw it out. I am an expert in arrays. If you don't believe me, I can set up a level 9 array for you to see. Wang Lu Zhongming was stunned. Currently, the most powerful array master in Snowfield City was the leader of the 3-clear array, He Qianjin. He Qianjin was only a level 7 array king. The level 9 arrays that existed in the Divine Continent were basically set up and preserved by ancient masters. Even in the cultivation paradise of the Eastfield continent, there was no one who could set up a level 9 array. Wang Lu Zhongming looked at Qin Feng's array with a skeptical attitude. He was really looking forward to it. After all, Qin Feng was able to step into the cauldron-filling realm at such a young age. He had even subdued the ice heart flame. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Qin Feng suddenly shouted, and several light barriers suddenly flew out from Wang Lu Zhongming's body, sealing him in like an iron wall. No, this is obviously a level 7 trapping array. How dare you trick me? Wang Lu Zhongming suddenly woke up, but it was too late. He was surrounded by 3 layers of level 7 trapping arrays. Qin Feng was a little surprised to see that he had set up a level 7 trapping array, but he quickly calmed down. He realized that after breaking through to the cauldron-filling realm, his state of mind and understanding had improved. Naturally, his array skills had also improved. The level 7 trapping array was quite powerful, but it was still a little weak in front of Wang Lu Zhongming, who was at the peak of the disaster transformation realm. He had only used 2 palms to break the innermost layer of the trapping array. Qin Feng immediately activated the ice heart flame and performed the 9th heaven ice seal. A bright moon hung in the sky. The surrounding temperature plummeted. It was a magnificent scene of ice and snow. When Wang Lu Zhongming broke through the 2nd trapping array wall, his body was sealed in ice. Qin Feng did not linger. He immediately stepped on his flying sword and disappeared into the distance. Qin Feng, are you okay? Hong Chen-Wu was surprised to see Qin Feng. She had obviously slowed down the speed of the flying cloud, all to wait for Qin Feng. Otherwise, with the speed of the flying sword, how could it catch up to the flying cloud all? Qin Feng did not have time to explain. He threw 3 immortal stones into the energy tank and flew at full speed. Those people are temporarily trapped by me. Let's go to Mo-Du immediately, Qin Feng said. Hong Chen-Wu was shocked. She could not think of how Qin Feng had escaped from Wang Lu Zhongming and the other 2. After she calmed down, she immediately said, Qin Feng, Mo-Du is in the south. With the speed of the flying cloud all, we will see the demon stones in about 7 days and 7 nights. Chapter 2084. At first, Qin Feng didn't understand what the demon stone was. But after 7 days, when he saw the giant meteorite that looked like it had fallen from the heavens, everything became clear. According to Hong Chen-Wu, this boulder had existed since the demon city had existed. In fact, it had existed even longer than the demon city itself. Later on, a demon king designated this boulder as the entrance to the demon city and carved the words Demon City onto it. From then on, the demon stone became the symbol of Demon City. The back of this stone was the territory of Demon City. Among the 4 major areas of the West Sea continent, Demon City and the Dead Sea didn't allow outsiders to enter. However, Hong Chen-Wu gave Qin Feng a demon orb in advance. She said that as long as he kept the demon orb on him, he wouldn't be discovered. Actually, Qin Feng was thinking that even if he didn't use the demon orb, he could still cultivate the demon lord's Bible and produce demon chi in his body. However, he already had the creation of heaven and earth skill, so it was better for him not to touch other cultivation methods to avoid chi deviation. When the 2 of them walked under the giant stone, a white light appeared in the air in front of them. Although Qin Feng couldn't see through this formation, He could feel the ancient and familiar aura of the formation. It was undoubtedly the aura of an ancient formation. The two of them smoothly passed through the formation. The barren desert in front of them changed greatly, and a large, bustling city appeared. This city was surrounded by mountains. There were tall buildings, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. It was no less prosperous than Snowfield City. When Qin scanned the mountains in the distance with his divine sense, he realized that the real holy land of Demon City was the mountains, and not the bustling city in front of him. Qin, we've entered Demon City. The formation that appeared under the Demon Stone is the only entrance to Demon City. As long as you're not a Demon Clan disciple, you can't enter the formation, Hong Chun-Wu said. I'm not a Demon Clan disciple. Just because you gave me that demon orb I can enter? Qin didn't understand the principle behind the formation. Hong Chun-Wu said, the Demon Gate is a formation that has existed since ancient times. It can sense demon qi. As long as a cultivator doesn't have demon qi, they will be judged as a Demon Clan disciple. The demon orb contains abundant demon qi, so the Demon Gate judged you as a Demon Clan disciple. Qin came to a realization. So, it doesn't have to be a demon bead. As long as it's an item with demon qi, the demon sect will judge it as a Demon Clan disciple? Hong Chun-Wu nodded. Then what is the meaning of this demon sect array gate? Items with demonic energy can be easily found. If cultivators from other races want to enter Demon City, they can just find an item with demonic energy. Qin was puzzled. Hong Chun-Wu covered her mouth and giggled. Her simple movement was full of charm. You're right, but aside from the disciples of the demon race, who else would know the secret of the demon path's spell formation? Or rather, even if there are people like me in Shanghai who bring in outsiders, this is a very rare occurrence. Qin understood Hong Chun-Wu's meaning. To put it simply, if Hong Chun-Wu hadn't told him about the Demon Gate's verification method, he definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Putting aside the issue of the demon sect, Qin looked at the mountain range in the distance and asked, what is that place? That's the demonic mountains in Shanghai. Hong Chun-Wu patiently explained the situation of Demon City to him. The truly precious place in Demon City isn't in the central city. It's the remote demonic mountains. Rumor has it that there are 308 demonic mountains in Demon City, and every demonic mountain contains dense spiritual energy. It's precisely because of this dense spiritual energy that the demonic mountains have become the treasured land that all the demon race sects fight over. But now that the power of Demon City has taken shape, the 308 demonic mountains have all been occupied by the major powers. But every year there are still some incidents where people fight over the demonic mountains. Aside from the dense spiritual energy in the demonic mountains, there's another important reason why all the major powers fight over them. Those demonic mountains will automatically grow some spirit herbs, and they're all level 4 and above spirit herbs. Spirit herbs above level 4? Qin asked in confusion. Hong Chun-Wu nodded seriously and said, that's right. There really are spirit herbs above level 4. I've seen this with my own eyes. Qin revealed an extremely shocked expression. But it wasn't because spirit herbs above level 4 grew on the demonic mountains. Instead, it was because he'd read a sentence in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills. The general meaning was that spirit herbs above level 4 had spiritual intelligence and would automatically seek out spirit veins to grow. If what Hong Chun-Wu said was true, then there must be spirit veins hidden under these demonic mountains. And this was the reason why Qin was so shocked. If there was a spirit vein hidden under every demonic mountain, then wouldn't there be 308 spirit veins in Demon City? Or, to put it in another way, if there was only one spirit vein under the 308 demonic mountains, then how high was this spirit vein's grade? Even a supreme grade spirit vein couldn't support the supply of spirit energy from 308 demonic mountains at the same time. Could it be an immortal vein? Qin Fen was shocked by his own thoughts. Or rather, this wasn't a thought at all, but a hole in his brain. Qin Fen, what's wrong? Hong Chan-woo asked when she saw his serious expression. Miss Hong, have you heard why the demonic mountains are rich in spirit energy, and why there are spirit herbs above level 4? Hong Chen, who had already taken off her red veil. The reason why she always covered her face when she went out in the past was because she was afraid that her appearance would attract unnecessary trouble. Now that she was back in Demon City, she had nothing to worry about. I've heard my father and uncles talk about this when they were chatting. They guessed that there might be a spirit vein hidden under the demonic mountains. They even sent people down to investigate the situation, but there seemed to be an ancient formation at the bottom of the demonic mountains. There was no way to go underground, Hong Chan-woo said. Qin Fen became more and more curious about the 308 demonic mountains. He was even more certain about the theory of immortal veins. Since even immortal stones appeared on the divine continent, immortal veins weren't completely impossible. The two of them chatted as they walked, like a pair of strolling lovers. Qin Fen had a general understanding of Demon City's terrain and situation. Now his mind was filled with the 308 demonic mountains. He wasn't very interested in the central city. After a simple stroll on a few streets, he suggested, Miss Hong, why don't we take a look at the demonic mountains? There aren't any restrictions there, right? Hong Chan-woo shook her head and said, There aren't any restrictions in the demonic mountains, but there are seals and formations on every demonic mountain. Other than the sect's disciples who occupy that demonic mountain, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Once this happens, it will be regarded as a provocation, and you will be killed on the spot. Qin Fen was a little disappointed. In this way, how could he investigate the secret of the demonic mountain's source of spirit energy? Hong Chan-woo continued, Since Senior Qin wants to go home, then let's go. Go home? Qin Fen was dumbfounded. Hong Chan-woo smiled and said, I forgot to tell Senior Qin that the Black Demon Clan lives on the second demonic mountain. The 308 demonic mountains in Demon City are ranked according to the number. The higher the number, the denser the spirit energy on the corresponding demonic mountain. Chapter 2085. Qin Fen was shocked. If the ranking of the demon peaks was based on numbers, then Hong Chan-woo lived on the second demon peak. Didn't that mean that the Black Demon Clan was the second most powerful clan in Demon City? Hong Chan-woo added, Actually, not all of the 308 mountains in the demonic city have been occupied. Demon Mountain number 1 is still empty, because there's an ancient spell formation sealing it. No one has been able to charge up there. Qin Fen. So, the Black Demon Clan was the big boss of Demon City. The two rushed towards the Demon Peaks. On the way, Hong Chan-woo took the initiative to talk about the Black Demon Clan. It turned out that after Hong Mo became famous, the Black Demon Clan had become the number 1 clan in Demon City and occupied the second Demon Peak. However, Hong Mo had fallen for thousands of years, and the Black Demon Clan hadn't produced a heaven-defying demonic cultivator disciple. This caused the Black Demon Clan's power to weaken day by day. Now, they only had the title of the number 1 clan, but they didn't have the ability to be the number 1 clan. As for the second Demon Peak, it had been coveted by many forces in Demon City for a long time. However, when Hong Mo was still alive, he had set up a great formation on the mountain. Moreover, every Demon Peak was easy to defend and hard to attack. Therefore, after so many years, the second Demon Peak was still in the hands of the Black Demon Clan. Qin Fen, I've reached my home. Don't say anything later. No matter what happens, I'll deal with it. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the hazy mountain range in front of them finally became clear. Only then did Qin Fen see the true appearance of the 308 demon peaks. Every mountain towered into the clouds, as if 308 giant dragons were about to soar into the sky. The spirit chi on the mountains was very different, especially when compared to the mountains at the front and the back of the ranking. Hong Chan-woo landed at the foot of the second demon peak. This mountain was obviously wider and more majestic than the surrounding mountains. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could feel the thick spirit chi rolling from the mountain, making one have the urge to fly up. Qin Fen still restrained his restless emotions. Moreover, he knew that even if he gave it his all, it would be impossible for him to charge up this demon mountain, because even his divine sense could not sweep in. It could be seen how powerful the formation seal that Senior Hong Mo had set up back then was. Hong Chen Wu, the Black Demon Clan, is in deep trouble now. You go sightseeing every day and fool around with wild men. You're a disgrace to the Black Demon Clan. As Qin Fen was feeling the aura of the second demon peak, he heard a cold reprimand. A door of light suddenly opened in the sky above the second devil peak, and 4 figures flew out. The man who shouted was the youngest, looking to be in his early 30s. The other 3 had white hair, and it was unknown how many centuries they had lived. Seeing who it was, Hong Chen Wu's expression turned slightly cold. She said emotionlessly, "Red Streak, which eye of yours saw me touring around all day." Qin Fen, then tell me, where have you been these past few days? Red Streak sneered. I don't need to report to you where I go. You, on the other hand, are secretly contacting Heavenly Demon Sect disciples. What are you trying to do? This was the first time Qin Fen had seen Hong Chen was so angry since he met her. Panic flashed through Red Mark's eyes, but he continued to maintain his cold expression. I'm secretly communicating with Heavenly Demon Sect. If you don't have proof, don't slander me here. This is the sacred land of the mystical demon clan. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Don't even think about bringing that wild man inside. Hong Wen changed the topic and kept calling Qin Feng a wild man. Even if Qin Feng wasn't angry, Hong Chen Wu was furious to the extreme. Senior Qin is my savior, so don't you dare be rude to him. Moreover, Senior Qin is here to save my royal father, so get out of the way. When Hong Chen Wu mentioned his father, the expressions of Hong Wen and the 3 elders behind him changed drastically. It turned out that the current Black Demon Clan was under the control of Hong Chen Wu's father, King Hongming. Her father, King Hongming, was this generation's demon king. It was just that Hongming had been suffering from a severe pill poison and had not been able to expel it from her body. This caused the internal forces of the Black Demon Clan to become restless. At the same time, the sects of Demon City had their eyes on the second demon peak occupied by the Black Demon Clan. It could be seen that Hong Wen's words about the Black Demon Clan being in dire straits were not nonsense. This brat can also cure diseases? I think you've been deceived by his flowery words. Hong Wen quickly calmed down and looked at Qin Feng with a playful expression. Hong Chen Wu said angrily, You don't have to doubt Senior Qin's ability, because I've seen his ability a long time ago. This time, I went to Snowfield City's 9 Heavens, Snowfield, to find the Ice Heart Flame. It was fate that I met Senior Qin in 9 Heavens, Snowfield. Now that Senior Qin has subdued the Ice Heart Flame, why don't you get out of the way? Hong Wen's heart, that had just calmed down, was set off by a storm again. He cried out involuntarily, What did you say? That brat subdued the Ice Heart Flame? Hong Chen Wu hurriedly stopped the conversation. She blamed herself for not being able to keep her composure and revealing such a thing. She didn't want to waste any more time, and a chill surged from her body. She glared at Hong Wen and shouted, My royal father is now the Lord Demon King of the Black Demon Clan. So what if I bring an outsider into the second demon peak? You'd better get out of the way. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, Hong Chen Wu pulled Qin Feng and rushed to the peak. Hong Wen's expression was so cold that it was about to drip water, but in the end he didn't do anything. Only when he saw Qin Feng and Hong Chen Wu disappear into the white light formation door did he say coldly, 3 elders, quickly report this matter to royal father. The three figures in the sky suddenly disappeared. Hong Wen stood in the sky halfway up the mountain and muttered to himself, "Hong Chin-woo, don't even think about curing that old fart Hongming. The Black Demon Clan will become my royal father's world." The scene inside the Demon Peak was completely different from looking at it from outside. The mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist, giving people the feeling that they were in a fairyland. There were no tall buildings like those in the central city, but there were many natural caves all over the mountain peak, and the disciples of the Red Demon Clan resided and cultivated in these caves. Qin Feng followed Hong Chin-woo into a cave in the mountain valley. He discovered that the spiritual energy in the Demon Peak was different from what he had imagined. It wasn't that the closer to the peak, the denser the spiritual energy was. On the contrary, the spiritual energy in the mountain valley was the best, and the spiritual energy at the top of the mountain gradually thinned out. Qin Feng once again suspected that there were spirit veins hidden under the demon peaks. However, when he sent out his divine sense, it seemed to be blocked by something. He couldn't see through the situation at the bottom of the mountain at all. "Miss Hong, has your royal father checked the situation under the demon peaks before?" "He has, but it seems like he didn't find anything," Hong Chun-woo said. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. Since Hong Ming was the current demon king of the Black Demon Clan, it was obvious that his cultivation was extremely high. If even he couldn't enter the Demon Mountain, then it would be even more difficult for Qin Feng with his current cultivation. There was no one else in the huge mountain valley. Hong Chen-woo seemed to see Qin Feng's confusion and explained, "The mountain valley of every demon peak is the place with the most spiritual energy. It is the private territory of the sect leaders and leaders of the various factions. This mountain valley belongs to my royal father, and it is his holy land for cultivation. People in the clan won't come here easily." Qin Feng understood. He thought that there would be guards outside the cave abode, but after following Hong Chin-woo into the cave abode, he didn't see anyone else. It was obvious that this cave abode was completely owned by Hong Ming. The cave abode was huge. It was more than 10 times bigger than Chu Fan's cave abode in the Nine Heavens snow region. It was also exquisitely decorated. The walls were embedded with crystals, and some spirit crystals shone brightly. It gave people the illusion that they had entered a crystal dragon palace. Hong Chen-woo wasn't in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery of the cave abode. He walked quickly and finally entered the small cave abode inside. The decorations of this small cave abode were even more exquisite. In a corner, there was a stone bed made of spirit crystals. A man lay on the bed. His face was pale and his breathing was erratic. This should be Hong Chin-woo's royal father, Hong Ming. "Royal father, I'm unfilial. I've made you suffer." Hong Chan-woo immediately ran over and knelt beside the spirit crystal bed. Tears flowed down her face. Hong Ming forced out a smile. He stroked Hong Chan-woo's head and said, "Silly child, the pill poison in my body has nothing to do with you. What do you have to blame yourself for? I'm useless. I couldn't get rid of the pill poison in my royal father's body. Otherwise, my royal father wouldn't have to suffer like this." Hong Chin-woo sobbed. Hong Ming clearly doted on his daughter. When Hong Chen-woo's emotions calmed down, he looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Chin-woo, who is this young hero?" Only then did Hong Chen-woo remember that Qin Feng was still there. She hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face. She felt a little awkward. Her pathetic side had been seen. "Royal father, this is Qin Feng. He's here to treat my illness." Hong Chan-woo's beautiful eyes regained their luster. Hong Ming laughed bitterly after learning of Qin Feng's intentions. "Chin-woo, I understand your intentions, but my illness isn't something an ordinary person can cure. The Black Demon Clan has been beset with danger recently. Stay by my side and don't run around." "Royal father, can Senior Qin really cure your illness?" Hong Chun wanted to say more, but Hong Ming waved his hand and interrupted her. "That's enough, Chin-woo. I know my illness better than anyone. Don't worry. As for your friend, I'll send someone to give him some cultivation resources. Then, I'll send him away from Demonic City." Hong Chen-Wu said anxiously, "Royal Father, Senior Qin has subdued the ice heart flame. Even if he has the ice heart flame, he can't cure me." "What did you say? That young hero subdued the ice heart flame?" Hong Ming didn't like Qin Feng at first glance. It wasn't that he looked down on Qin Feng. Rather, he knew that his pill poison wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could cure. However, after hearing his daughter mention the ice heart flame, Hong Ming was shocked. This was because the only way he knew of to cure his illness was to use the ice heart flame to dispel the poison. "Young hero, do you really have the ice heart flame?" Hong Ming looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Qin Feng flipped his hand, and an azure flame danced in his palm. Immediately, a chill spread, and a layer of ice formed on the walls of the small cave abode. "I obtained this ice heart flame in the 9th level of 9 Heavens Snow region not long ago. In order to cure Senior, Miss Hong ventured into 9 Heavens Snow region alone to explore. Then we met. We helped each other and finally escaped," Qin Feng said. Chapter 2086. Hong Ming still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew better than anyone that the ice heart flame in Snowfield City had been left behind by the Red Devil ancestor in 9 Heavens Snowfield. Even he couldn't bring back his ancestor's heavenly flame. Who would have thought that Qin Feng and Chen Wu would find it? It really is the ice heart flame. The ice heart flame that the Red Devil ancestor left behind. Hong Ming was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. It was hard to imagine that a demon king like him would reveal such sincere emotions. "Father, this is indeed the ice heart flame that the Red Devil ancestor left behind in 9 Heavens Snowfield. Your illness can be cured." Hong Chen-Wu cried tears of joy. With the ice heart flame, even Hong Ming had confidence in the elixir poison in his body. However, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly yelled at Qin Feng, "Young hero, quickly retract the flame." Qin Feng and Hong Chen-Wu didn't understand. At this moment, several figures rushed in. "Father, it's that brat. He wants to harm Uncle Hong Ming." The person who came was Hong Wen. Behind him were the 3 old men from before. However, there was also a tall and sturdy man. The tall and sturdy man was called Father by Hong Wen. He was Hong Wen's father, Hong Tian. At the same time, he was also one of Hong Ming's brothers. "How dare you behave so atrociously in the Black Demon clan? Capture him." Hong Tian's expression was cold. As soon as he spoke, the 3 old men behind him surged with powerful true essence. Hong Chen-Wu immediately blocked Qin Feng and said anxiously, "What do you want?" "Senior Qin is the benefactor that I invited back to save my father." "Chen-Wu, you're still young. You don't understand how sinister people can be. If I'm not wrong, the guy you brought back is an orthodox cultivator." When Hong Tian revealed Qin Feng's true identity, everyone's expression changed. Even Hong Ming couldn't tell. Or perhaps Qin Feng was a friend that the little girl had brought back. Hence, the Red Devil King didn't use his divine sense to scan Qin Feng's body. This brat is actually an orthodox cultivator. No wonder I felt something was wrong the moment I saw him. Little sister Qinwu, you've made a big mistake. How could you bring an orthodox cultivator into Demonic City and ask him to treat Uncle Hongming? You're harming your uncle, Hongwen said with an earnest and well-meaning expression. Hong Chen-Wu knew Qin Feng's personality very well. There was no way he would be swayed by a few words. She glared coldly at Hongwen. You've stopped Senior Qin from treating him multiple times, and you even called your father over. What are you trying to do? Little sister Chen-Wu, do you still not understand my intentions? I'm doing this for Uncle Hongming's sake. You don't have to be considerate of me. Leave immediately. Who allowed you to enter without my permission? Hong Ming suddenly spoke when the atmosphere was at a stalemate. Hong Wen didn't dare to answer. With his status, he didn't have the qualifications to speak with the current Demon King of the Black Demon Clan. Hong Tian sighed and said, "Big brother, you know the current situation of the Black Demon Clan better than anyone else. Our clan has no successor and has already been coveted by the various sects of Devil City. Moreover, Big Brother has been poisoned by pills at this critical juncture. If you were to be harmed by scoundrels, our Black Demon Clan would truly suffer a devastating blow." Hong Tian looked like he was deeply in love with Hong Ming, but Hong Ming laughed coldly and said, "This second demon mountain is filled with clansmen of the Black Demon Clan. Who could harm me? If you suspect young Hirochin, there's no need. Even if I'm poisoned by pills, I'm still at the peak of disaster transformation realm. I'm not that easy to kill." The expressions of Hong Tian and the others changed. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was stunned. He never would have thought that Hong Qinwu's father was a peak of disaster transformation realm expert. This was an almighty being on the same level as the Vice City Lord of Snowfield City, Wang Lu Zhongming. "What are you waiting for? Leave quickly." Hong Ming's face was full of anger. However, Hong Tian didn't leave even after a long time. After a while, he said, "Big brother, I can't leave. Your safety concerns the rise and fall of the entire Black Demon Clan. I have to stay and keep an eye on that brat." Hong Ming was so angry that he started coughing violently. "You bastards! Are you trying to rebel?" Hong Wen and the three elders trembled in fear. This was the fury of a peak disaster transformation realm expert. It wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. However, Hong Tian put up an essential chi barrier and said with a determined gaze, "Big brother, I won't leave. Otherwise, I'll let that brat leave Demonic City. If he wants to treat your illness, I have to stay by his side, just in case." Hong Ming was so angry that his face turned pale, but there was nothing he could do. The pill poison was already deep in his body. He was no longer at the peak disaster transformation realm. Now, when he used essential chi slightly, he felt a bone-piercing pain all over his body. "Senior Hong Ming, since some people want to stay here, let them be watchdogs," Qin Feng suddenly said. He could already tell that Hong Ming and Hong Tian didn't have a good relationship. He didn't have a good impression of Hong Tian and the others, so he didn't hold back when he spoke. Hong Wen was instantly enraged. He pointed at Qin Feng and scolded, "Brat, who are you calling a dog? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "I didn't say it was you. Why are you so agitated? Learn from your father and those three old men. Otherwise, why would they say that old ginger is spicier? Even though they know who I'm referring to, they pretend not to know. They're not like you, who jumped out and barked like a mad dog." Hong Tian and the others' faces turned pale. A wild essential chi surged out of Hong Wen's body. He was planning to attack Qin Feng. "Back off. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Before he could attack, Hong Tian said coldly. Hong Wen's face was full of unwillingness, but he didn't want to disobey his father's orders. He stood to the side and glared at Qin Feng. He looked like he wanted to swallow him alive. "You're lucky, brat," Hong Wen said. "That's what I wanted to say to you." Qin Feng smiled. Hong Wen was about to explode again, but he was stopped by Hong Tian's cold gaze. Then Hong Tian looked at Qin Feng and said, "Don't waste time. Hurry up and treat Big Brother. If you can't cure Big Brother, I won't let you off easily." Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at Hong Tian. Hong Tian was so angry that he rolled his eyes. When he walked to Hong Ming's side, the latter said, "Young Hirochin, you don't need to treat me. The pill poison in my body has almost been forced out." Qin Feng sent out his divine sense and found many black spots in Hong Ming's meridians. They were all signs of pill poison. Based on Hong Ming's current situation, the pill poison had already spread throughout his meridians. Next, it would spread to his dantian and even his divine sense. When that time came, even the ice heart flame wouldn't be able to save him. Hong Ming's pill poison was deep, but Hong Ming said he was fine. Qin Feng couldn't guess what Hong Ming was thinking, but he guessed that it definitely had something to do with Hong Tian and the others. Senior Hong Ming, don't worry and lie down. I have a way to treat your condition. Qin Feng gave him a reassuring look. Hong Ming frowned and said, Young hero Qin, it's best if you don't use fire seed. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Chapter 2087. When Hong Wen and the others first came in, Hong Ming Demon King had asked Qin Feng to put away the ice heart flame. Now that he had reminded Qin Feng for the second time, there was obviously a deeper meaning behind it. Qin Feng understood after thinking for a while. The ice heart flame was ranked 15th on the divine continent. If it was discovered, it would naturally attract attention. But that was not the main point. The main point was that Hong Tian dared to spy on the ice heart flame in front of Hong Ming. This old man was not simple. After understanding the severity of the situation, Qin Feng gave up on the idea of using the ice heart flame to dispel the poison. Even if he trusted Hong Qinwu, he didn't know Hong Ming's character. If Hong Tian and the others really wanted to steal the ice heart flame and Hong Ming didn't help them, it would be troublesome. Senior Hong Ming, don't worry. I have medicine that can remove pill poison, said Qin Feng. Everyone was stunned. Hong Ming regained her senses and asked in disbelief, Young hero Qin, are you telling the truth? You have a pill that can remove pill poison? Hong Ming was not the only one who was doubtful. Even Hong Qinwu did not believe it. There were many types of pills on the divine continent with all kinds of effects. However, pills that could repair the Dantian and consciousness sea, as well as remove pill poison, were rare. They could even be said to have gone extinct. Qin Feng looked so young, yet he had such a miraculous pill and was willing to use it to treat his illness. It was unbelievable. Qin Feng had already guessed that everyone would have such a reaction, so he was not surprised. Speaking of pills that could remove pill poison, Qin Feng had more than one. The Spirit Lotus Pill, Restoring Root Pill, and Great Bodhi Pill all had the effect of removing pill poison. However, among the three pills, Qin Feng was more optimistic about the Spirit Lotus Pill. It had the best effect of removing pill poison and could also nourish one's true vitality. Qin Feng had obtained a level 7 spiritual herb, Fire Spirit Lotus, a long time ago and refined a batch of Spirit Lotus pills. However, ever since he obtained the Tree of Life, he did not need to use the Spirit Lotus Pill at all. The pill poison accumulated in his body had been absorbed by the Tree of Life. There were no impurities or toxins in his meridians and blood. He was as clean as an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Senior Hong Ming, I am Chun Wu's friend. You are Chun Wu's father. Why would I lie to you? Qin Feng smiled as he took out a jade bottle and continued, This is a bottle of Spirit Lotus pills. Senior will know the effects after eating it. The shock in Hong Ming's eyes did not fade. She carefully opened the jade bottle. Although she had never seen the pill inside, she could tell from the fragrance that it was a king pill. Young hero Qin, are these pills refined with the Fire Spirit Lotus as the main ingredient? Hong Ming asked. Senior has good eyesight. The main ingredient of the Spirit Lotus pill is indeed the rank 7 spirit grass, Fire Spirit Lotus. Not only can this pill dispel the pill poison in the body, but it can also adjust the qi of true yuan. I obtained it by chance from an ancient cave. I think the recipe for this pill has already been lost. Qin Feng knew that once the news of the Spirit Lotus pill got out, it would definitely cause a commotion. He didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to himself, so he casually made up a lie to hide it. However, no one cared whether this bottle of pill was picked up or refined. Their attention was focused on the Spirit Lotus pill itself. This was a bottle of miraculous pill that could remove pill toxins. If they obtained it, they would be able to remove the pill toxins that had accumulated in their body for many years, and their cultivation would naturally increase. Hong Ming was a little hesitant as she looked at her daughter. Hong Chen-Wu immediately nodded and said, "Father, Senior Qin is very reliable. Quickly eat the pill." Hong Ming gritted her teeth and swallowed 2 spirit lotus pills. The pills melted in her mouth, and a rich pill fragrance flowed through her body. "Big brother, how can you eat the pill given by an outsider? What if something goes wrong?" Hong Tian saw this and said anxiously. Hong Wen had long disliked Qin Feng. Now that he found an excuse, he glared at Qin Feng coldly and yelled, "Stinking brat, who sent you to harm Big Uncle?" "Which eye of yours saw me harm Senior Hong Ming? On the other hand, the few of you keep stopping me from saving Senior. What are your intentions? You're a stubborn guy. You're about to die, and you still refuse to admit the truth. I want to see how tough your bones are. Don't kneel and beg for mercy later." Hong Wen suddenly attacked. He slapped out with his palm, and a giant true yuan hand appeared in the air. However, after Qin Feng entered the cauldron-filling realm, he had a deep understanding of the true essence of the true yuan hand. When he saw the true yuan hand that Hong Wen simulated, it was as if he was looking at a child playing house in front of him. "You're still a bit lacking." Qin Feng scoffed. He lightly waved his sleeves, and a violent wave of true qi surged out. The true yuan hand that was descending from the air instantly dissipated like clouds being blown away by the wind. The aftermath of the true yuan hadn't dissipated yet, and it hit Hong Wen's body. Hong Wen's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. If it wasn't for Hong Tian's quick reaction, he would have flown out of the cave. "How dare you? You dare to hurt my son? I want you to die a horrible death." Hong Tian was instantly enraged. The violent true yuan that surged out of his body was like a mountain pressing down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately felt that it was difficult to breathe. He couldn't see through Hong Tian's realm, but he could feel that his aura was comparable to Wang, Lu Zhongming, and the others. "Hong Tian, what are you doing?" Before the giant hand in the air landed, Hong Ming's true yuan surged out. In the originally peaceful cave, a strong wind blew in all directions. It was as if a hurricane had started. A hint of unwillingness flashed in Hong Tian's eyes, but in the end he retracted his aura. He stared coldly at Qin Feng and said, "Big brother, you saw it too. This outsider came to the second demon mountain to behave atrociously and injured my son. If I don't teach him a lesson today, where will the dignity of the Black Demon clan be?" It seemed that the spirit lotus pill had taken effect. Hong Ming's pale face regained some color and luster. He even walked down from the spirit crystal bed, and his eyes shone with a bright light. The second demon mountain belongs to the Black Demon clan. If an outsider causes trouble, he will naturally be dealt with according to the clan's rules. However, this valley is my private territory. Young Hero Qin is Chen Wu's friend. You guys attacking young Hero Qin here is the same as attacking me. Big brother, that boy is just an outsider. Are you getting angry at me because of him? Have you gone senile? Hong Tian's expression darkened. Hong Tian, there are some things that I don't want to expose. Don't think that I don't know anything. Young Hero Qin's pill can indeed dispel pill poison. My illness is already mostly healed. You should put away your ambition. Hong Ming's words had a hidden meaning. Hong Chen-Wu was confused. However, she saw that Hong Tian's expression was extremely ugly. The true origin in his body surged again, as if he was going to attack at any time. In the end, he coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. Pooh! Not long after they left, Hong Ming suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hong Chen-Wu's expression changed drastically. She immediately ran up to support him. "Father, are you okay?" Hong Ming sat back on the bed. His aura was weak, and his hair was disheveled. He seemed to be in a sorry state. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Hong Chen-woo immediately looked at Qin Feng and said, "Senior Qin, is there something wrong with the pill?" Before Qin Feng could reply, Hong Ming waved his hand and smiled. "Qin-woo, you misunderstood young Hero Qin. The pill he gave me can indeed dispel pill poison. However, the poison is too deep. It can't be cured in a short time. The reason why I'm like this is because I forcefully circulated my true qi. I'll be fine after some rest." Hong Chen-woo heaved a sigh of relief. Moments later, she suddenly thought of something. "Father, what did you mean by what you said to Uncle Hong Tian just now?" Hong Ming heaved a long sigh. He looked haggard, but he didn't explain. Qin Feng took over the topic and said, "Lady Hong, if I'm not wrong, the pill poison in Senior's body was caused by your uncle." Hong Chen-woo said in shock, "Huh? How is that possible? Uncle Hong Tian is father's younger brother." Seeing that Qin Feng had spoken openly, Hong Ming sighed again. "Sigh. Qin-woo, young Hero Qin is right. Half a year ago, Hong Tian gave me a truth form pill to help me break through to the true form realm. At that time, I didn't think much and went into seclusion to prepare to break through to the true form realm. However, that truth form pill was laced with intense poison. It caused me to suffer a backlash at the critical moment of breaking through. Then I failed to break through and was left with serious pill poison." Hong Chen-woo couldn't accept this. She knew that her uncles were fighting openly and secretly for the position of Demon King. However, she hadn't expected them to kill each other for it. "Father, since you already knew that something was wrong, why did you let Hong Tian go?" After knowing the truth, Hong Chen-woo didn't even mention the word uncle. "Chen-woo, the adult's world is much more complicated and dark than you can imagine. I turned a blind eye because I couldn't do anything to Hong Tian. Ever since you were poisoned, every time you circulated your quintessential essence, you would feel pain all over your body. If you really fought with Hong Tian, it was hard to say who would win. Seeing that I didn't die during the breakthrough, Hong Tian didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't understand my current situation. Otherwise, he would have attacked me long ago. Father, what should we do now? Just now, Hong Tian released killing intent. I feel that he can't hold on much longer." Hong Chen-woo was extremely anxious. She didn't expect her father to be in such a dangerous situation. Her father had never mentioned this to her before. A hint of disappointment flashed in Hong Ming's eyes. He suddenly looked at Qin Feng and said, "Young Hero Qin, please do me a favor." Qin Feng seemed to have guessed his thoughts. "Senior wants me to take Miss Hong away from Demon City?" Hong Ming nodded and said, "Young Hero Qin is indeed very smart. The Black Demon clan isn't what it used to be. Not only are the clansmen fighting for the position of Demon King, but the sects in Demon City have also been drooling over the second Demon Mountain for a long time. The reason why this battle hasn't happened yet is because of me. Once I die, the Black Demon clan probably won't be able to hold on. Father, I don't want to leave you. I want to fight alongside you." Hong Chen-woo immediately knelt beside the bed and held Hong Ming's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. "Silly girl, you won't be able to change anything even if you stay. Young Hero Qin is very good. You can stay by his side in the future. I believe he will take good care of you on behalf of me." Hong Ming's words made Hong Chen-woo cry, but Qin Feng's face was full of awkwardness. Weren't they talking about the Black Demon clan? Why did they talk about marriage?